How's it going, everybody? Welcome back after quite a long time for Everlast. We're very happy to, be back here enjoying this wonderful tabletop RPG. We are joined here by two of our players today. The other two that we have here full time, they got work. It happens. But on Saturday, both of them. It happens. But we're very happy to have the players that we do have and to, continue off from our last session back in January. We are here at session 18. Is that correct? I think
18, yeah,
that's what the stream is showing.
That's what the stream is showing. So session 18, yes. It's been a long time coming, and the crazy thing is we are coming up here on almost a year of streaming this. Almost. It's pretty cool, pretty neat. Oh, I'm hearing some epic background noise. Is that from my end?
I hear nothing.
Okay.
I heard it.
All right. Well, it might have been from my end, but who knows? But we're here, and we have all kinds of new fancy fun stuff for you guys, whether we have a new reel, if you look like right below here, about like all the stats and all that kind of stuff.
So cool.
We have like all of the stats, all of our ads, like all of that nice stuff. So we've been working really hard on trying to improve the quality of these streams for you guys. So, in our off time, we're not just sitting on our thumbs. So it's just it's a good party time. So, and we're happy to be joined by Max again. It's been a little bit since he's been with us. So one of these days we'll have everybody here. Life happens.
Okay,
So
I've got one more stream I gotta miss next week, but then I should be back in normal throughout, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, Dane and I will be here for the most part.
I missed you.
I will say that's the one benefit about us streaming at 12:30 a.m. Standard Time. You're usually not doing a whole lot at 12:30 a.m.
Dane, you might want to check to make sure the right mic is loaded.
Oh yeah, that's right. I had to reload it. Is it just bad? I'm sorry.
No. It just doesn't sound quite as smoothly and silky.
That's crisp. Give me a second, guys. You're right. It wasn't.
Hello, is that? Oh, there you go. One radio announcements. It's okay. We can hear you.
I paid a pretty penny for it, so for maybe not this mic. Unless you want to.
I can put it on my wedding registry.
It's true. It's a $500 mic, but good luck.
Maybe not.
Yeah, then I'm sitting here with like my $80 mic, which
still
is
sounds good though.
the one thing about this mic is it picks up a lot of sound, which is fine if I'm like over here or like doing stuff. Like it's okay, but it also picks up like the general sounds and around, which sometimes it happens, especially during the daytime, like during my daytime streams when the Shinkansen, the bullet train is running. Like for those of you who don't know, the Shinkansen literally runs right by my apartment, and so sometimes you can hear it. So if you watch on Mondays and Wednesdays my streams, you might be able to hear them. So.
Oh, that's another thing. Kai, do you want to announce that really quick? That's new since we started. Since the last time we did Everlast.
That's true. So we'll do some announcements at the beginning here while people are filing in. So Fantasy Forge Studios actually, as of yesterday, just celebrated its 2-year anniversary. So congratulations to Fantasy Forge Studios. We are a streaming studio with personalities here in Japan and from America. And we are very happy to bring you lots of good, fun content. And with that, last week, we added 3 new streams actually to the docket in the week. On Monday mornings, 7 a.m. JST, I play Kyle, new personality. Kyle plays RPGs, playing Bravely Default 2. And then on Wednesday, I play Pokemon Scarlet at the same time. Then later in the evening, 12 hours later, on Wednesdays, we have started an Adventures of Middle-earth D&D 5e supplement stream, and we're currently going through one-shots with all of the player characters that are part of that. And so we just started this past week with that, and you'll see that in the advertisements down below. But we've got a lot of new stuff, and on top of that, we got ourselves a sponsor too, which is Die Snacky, they are a local Japanese family business, and they basically sell internationally and locally, I guess, but internationally too, Japanese sweets and goodie boxes. And so if you want to go check them out, they have a lot of really awesome stuff.
Kyle, do you have the ad ready toggled on to be able to play?
Not tonight.
Okay,
Sorry.
I literally just made it today, so it's fine. Guys, stop by the Discord, though. I will be putting the ad in the Discord. I'm still debating on whether or not I want to put it up on YouTube, since it's kind of just like an ad video, but we'll see. It'll be around, so you guys will see, especially if you stop by in our normal streams when we're taking breaks and stuff. That's what we'll be playing, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and yeah, again, we've just been trying to improve a lot of content, add a lot of content, and Max and Cole, they just streamed a few hours ago, so...
Yes.
Yeah, it really is. Like, the
Stream,
Fantasy
go to bed,
Forge
wake
is
up, stream.
packed full of shenanigans, so...
Yes,
Yeah.
and because I know me and Cole have been streaming for a while-ish now, and we started with Lego Star Wars. We finished that. We now let someone, I think it was that Tubby Australian, is the one who suggested in the Discord, talk us into playing Cuphead.
Hey, it's been enjoyable from
But
what
if
I've
you guys
been
don't
watching.
know anything about Cuphead, it is brutally difficult. And we got to a point last night where there's like this little pool that's got this nice rhyme, and then it tells you how many times you've died. We've died 207 times.
Nice.
In 2 times of streaming it. And the first time we streamed, we only streamed for like 20 minutes. So,
Nice. It's okay.
and we had a hoot.
It was very entertaining and fun to watch. I will say that.
Normally we do every other Friday, but with Lent coming up, Cole works at a church, fish fries. You don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. But Cole is busy on Friday nights between February 22nd and Easter on April 9th. So we're going to switch to every other Thursday for those in between. So our next stream will not be February 25th. It'll be February 24th.
Awesome.
Still
That's
same time,
really good to know.
7:30 Mountain, but just on Thursday instead of Friday. So Friday for you Japanese viewers.
Perfect.
Good. It's like
Awesome.
right before my streams on Thursday, which is great. It's awesome.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, it works out perfectly. Anything else, Kyle? Any other things to mention?
I
that's
think
of
there's a
things.
lot of people here who are here to watch Everlast. So let's go ahead and jump into that.
Oh, there is one other thing to mention.
Oh,
Okay, back.
let's do it.
The last stream, not last night's, but 2 weeks before, I lost a bet with Forged. I owe
yeah.
y'all a sub.
That's true. That's true.
What was the bet?
Whether or not we
It
would
was a
beat
Pokemon game,
Greninja on the first try or
Yeah.
not, and they said we wouldn't, and they got it right. So
It doesn't
I-
help that someone disconnected halfway through that battle or something anyways. so-
yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Do I have a card in here?
If you don't, just do it at some point. It's all good. You don't even have to do it. It's fine.
You can go. I'm gonna do
Yeah,
it. but-
it'll happen. We're gonna get a notification, and it's gonna freak me out like it earlier today.
Oh gosh.
But thank you all for joining us here for our next session of Everlast. So for those of you who don't know, Everlast is the new tabletop RPG that I, Kyle, am creating. And it is been a really fun, good ride. And as mentioned, we've been streaming this for almost a year. And before that, it was a D&D campaign for about a year and a half, 2 years. And so this party has been doing a lot of stuff. And especially because we stream 2 times a month, yeah, we're slowly making progress on this, but it's been a lot of fun, and we're very happy to be able to show this with you and share everything. But because of that, I just want to go ahead and go over a couple of things. So Fantasy Forge Studios and Kyle LaFonte, we own all of the rights in property, all that kind of good graphics, story, intellectual property of the creation of Everlast. And so don't take it and claim it and sell it and claim that it's your own. However, we do think it is totally okay to use this stuff as your own homebrew content and be able to, use it for, a lot of fun with you exploring this beautiful world that we've all come to know and all come to love. So, yeah, it's it's great. We're happy to be able to, enjoy all of this with you and bring you a story that hopefully helps you leave with on a positive note, and whatnot. And for those who are watching, do remember this is the first stream of February. And for those who are subscribed on the Patreon, you do have hope that you can grant. Just make sure you tell us in the chat that you're going to be using that and giving it to people. It doesn't have to always be like for a certain specific opportunity, but if you do know that, I have this extra hope that's hanging around, you could be like, hey, I want to give it to this character, and then they have it until they use it. So that's something that's really cool. And for those of you who don't know, it works kind of like Advantage in D&D, where it's you roll 2 dice and you take the better of the 2. It's not always 100% helpful, but it gives you a better chance to be successful. So I give Yuki hope. Yeah, if only.
I think I have a hope from last time. I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, and FYI, they can only hold 1 hope at a time. So there's that. So that's good. But yeah, we might as well just go ahead and jump in and introduce our cast before going in and starting the adventure in Flamberge here. So let's go ahead and start at the bottom with Yuki, since Max is doing stuff. So let's start with Yuki.
Ooh, sorry, a big yawn, guys. It's late for me. Hi, everyone. I'm Forged. I play the player character Yuki Mistletoe. She's a silver dragon from the far north city of Flamongolith, and she is what is she? She's a bard, right? Yeah, that's what she does. And she's a sword, or she's a blade dancing bard. So she's a DPS bard, which is kind of cool. And yeah, she's kind of like the party mother, but at the same time, she really likes to battle as well. So look out for her.
That's awesome. And again, we are missing 3 players today, so we're going to go over them real quick. Actually, Dane, if you want to introduce Thordane, I will say as a caveat, he is played by Jonathan normally, but he hasn't been with us for quite some time. But not quite that, about half a year. But Dane has actually been playing. Oh, snap!
Curry, congrats, Curry.
Thank
you, Max.
My ears bleeding. Thank you.
Luckily,
Gotta love
we can't
Beetle.
hear it on stream. I don't think we can.
That's good. But I could hear that loud and clear in my ears. That was nice. Well done. But yeah, it's normally played by Jonathan. But go ahead, Dane, and introduce Thordane.
Why, hello there. My name is Thordane Mafariel. I am an elf from the woodland realm, and I am a man of science. As we so say he is now. He's just recently become a man of science, I guess. But yes, he is an elf who is a ranger class. So he's real good with the bow, and he's really good at like traveling from place to place. And he is a support class, which is kind of cool. And he's a man of science, so he's a very curious fellow.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and as a support character, he's kind of an interesting kind of like a back row attacker, but also provides some support. And when we get to Luxalia, we'll see how they kind of work in conjunction with each other. But yeah, that's Thordane. And then moving on, we have Belbin, so right up from Thordane. And Belbin is normally run by Connor, which unfortunately Connor had to work today. So it happens. Saturdays you have to work. But sometimes when you're behind on projects, that's what happens. But Belbin, that's the character that he plays, and he is a Oblate martial artist, which he is another one of the DPS classes in Everlast, and he deals with things with his fist. He is a kind of sketchy guy that travels along with the party. He's much older than a lot of the party, well, maybe with the exception of Thordane, but he's an elf. So, and he is a Glyven from the Roku Horn, but he spends his time getting into trouble, picking fights where they're not necessarily need to be picked, and also smashing things with his fists. So he does a very good job at that. And he's kind of the, sometimes he needs to be babysat a little bit by the rest of the party, but because he kind of gets them into some trouble sometimes. But he's really good, lots of fun, and unfortunately he won't be with us today, but he'll be there doing something, hanging around. So yes, we are going to then go ahead and move on to Luxalia. Do you want to introduce Luxalia, Max, if you're going to play her at all today?
Oh, gosh.
First of all, normally played by Cole, another player that's not here today. So
normally played by Cole. I scared him off last night. He just had too much of me. He didn't want to be here. That's not true at all. He's busy with work. Luxalia usually talks like this, but Cole doesn't.
Pretty good.
That's actually pretty good.
It's pretty
Max.
good.
Like, oh, that was pretty good. I thought that was cool for a second.
So here's a Glyven from the Silverwood. She's a shrine maiden of Amaterasu. So she goes around bonking people with a staff, which is not what she's good at.
It's
She's
true.
the resident healer. She likes going like, ooh, and then we go, it's great. Keeps us alive. Everybody happy. That's all I got.
Which
All that's
actually
correct.
we saw in the last battle that happened. There was it was like one of the first battles I think that Eclass Eeas ever had without their healer, like primary healer. And it was a siege against Flamberge, the city that they're at, and everyone was, well, at least Yuki and Belbin were not looking super hot at the end of that. Zyl soaks things up, so yeah, it's fine. But finally, we have our last player, Max.
That's me. Yes, so I play Zyl, as has mentioned. He's on my hoodie somewhere. There he is. He is a young, slightly naive orphan from Helix. Human orphan. He's the only human in the group, which
True.
would be normal, but kind of makes him stick out, I guess.
Mm.
He is on a quest to become the world's best blacksmith, because that's how he was able to support the other orphans. He also loves his giant axe, has a little mouse named Waffle, and as Kyle said last stream when he's introduced, he soaks damage like a sponge.
Thank
He
you.
is a
I appreciate
tank.
it.
He has almost double the HP of anyone else in the party, almost. Great armor, and he just stands there and he just takes it.
He doesn't always hit things with his axe, but it doesn't matter because he just.
You can't hit worth a crap.
It's so funny too, because like because there was one session I can't remember. I was playing him. It was either I was playing him or Mac or Cole was playing him, and Cole was hitting him like every single time with Zyl. I'm like, why can't Max do this? Like, seriously, what is going on here? It's fine. It's all good.
It's good.
Yeah, it's like I get one attack a turn. I'm like, I attack, and I miss.
Your support. You sit there.
No, he's a defense. He's a defender.
That's true. It's supporty a little bit though.
Yeah,
Just-
kind of. But anyways, for those of you who are joining us, let's go ahead and dive right in. So Everlast. This in general is a world that is ruled by a god named Alamnia. And everybody that's in this, all the adventurers, they are considered heroes in this world, and they're basically fighting to protect the free peoples that live in the continent of Everlast. And Eclass Eeas was a party of adventurers that met off of various circumstances, and they have been adventuring together for quite a while now. Here of late, they have made their way to out on pirate ships, out onto the Great Sea in the inland strait of Everlast, this giant sea that's right in the middle, but kind of divides the continent in half. And they went to go visit actually a Takai town, which is a kind of vacation island right in the middle for vacation. And needless to say, their vacation was interrupted by quite a few things. They've experienced things from dragons flying out of volcanoes to defeating sorcerers that have evil minions to, converting a party of bandits to, being very good, outstanding sailors. But up until recently, the party has been in Flamburge, which is the main Flame Drachen settlement that exists in, well, I guess Gold Drachen settlement that exists in the middle of Aishen Island, which is built right on top of an ancient city. And yeah, that's where the party is, and they've been dealing with all kinds of stuff there. They've been helping figure out what's wrong with the flame pillar. There's these elemental pillars that, have this mana energy. Mana being the life force of energy that comes from Alamnia that, permeates throughout all of Everlast. And the power itself has been waning, so they've been trying to figure that out. While in the meantime, there's also been some pirates that have wanted to lay siege on the city, which Eclass Eeas made sure that did not happen. And in the process, they ended up getting boats, 3 new ships, one by the Bloody Bosun, and 2 others were ships that were pretty much taken from, the rest of the crew that was either slain or, aren't there anymore. And in the meantime, the Eclass Eeas has been charged with, I guess Flamberge sent out people back to Takai Town to where Gunter, who is one of the main heroes, and also, some of the other people like Malaysiarch, who's, the leader of Takai Town, all of them, they could use these ships. And so they've sent basically an entourage there to Takai Town to tell them, come get these boats. We don't know how to sail. And so in the meantime, while they are waiting for the entourage to come, so they can figure out how to learn to sail a boat, they're going to be spending some time in Flamberge, and they had just received, by order of Sir Nalgoric Cragheim, who is the king of Flamberge, these flame cloaks to allow them to be able to get to and from places in Flamberge without dealing with this severe heat. Think of it as like Goron armor in Zelda. So they got those, and they are officially going to be spending a holiday phase here. So let's go ahead and set the scene. So Flamberge. Flamberge is a beautiful city, actually, to look at. To be honest, it's quite a view to see. It's the city that's built right up against the main volcano on the island, Aishen volcano. And Aishen volcano itself is an ancient volcano that rumor has it, legend has it, has been there for since the very creation. It's apparently the place where Alomnia touched and created everything. So it's said to hold the power of life and death within the volcano. And inside that volcano, actually, one of the great dragons of Everlast is slumbering. Nazrahim, the Gold Dragon from, again, the very first age of Everlast. And his son has gone out and done some things, Smoldran, and recently the volcano has become active, and maybe it's because the flame pillar itself has started to kind of wane in its energy, and so Luxalia tried to figure that out. But while this volcano has erupted, lava flow has finally, for centuries, it's been empty lava flows, but now it's running again, and it's very hot here. And so Eclass Eeas, they're making their rounds throughout the city and trying to figure out, what is this city about? They've done quite a few things for it, but they haven't really discovered exactly everything that's going on. And so this is now their opportunity to be able to, discover, help people out, or even, do some, really unique things that are very specific to Flamberge. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it over to the players. So what are you guys interested in Flamberge? Is there anything specifically that reaches out to you, that calls to you?
I think there's something that calls out to Zyl. That's for sure.
I'll give everybody one guess.
Yeah, Flamberge being the main blacksmithing capital in all of Everlast. Like, I wonder what he's going to be doing.
To the forge!
So at this point, so for those of you who don't know, in Everlast, the game is split up into multiple phases, and currently they are in a holiday phase. And so essentially during holiday phases, this is their chance to kind of level up, take on all kinds of undertakings to help the city, improve their reputation, and do, an assortment of quests and, fun things to do. They can improve, like, for example, Zyl, he can do some blacksmithing if that's something that he wants to do. They can train, they can improve their proficiencies with weapons and armor, or they can just figure out what's going on, the rumors of the city, and what all that's about. So this is their opportunity to be able to figure out and to learn a little bit more about what makes Flamberge tick. So Zyl, he's making his way over to the forge, so that's something that's really good. Flamberge. Yeah, the Forge. Flamberge is actually one of the main capitals of smithing. And those who don't know, the Flame Drachen, the Gold Drachen, that's one of their main trades, is they are famous blacksmiths that make armor and weapons, but specifically Drachen-forged weapons, which are a little bit more precious and a little bit more special than your typical forge work. So that's something that's really cool. So this is a really good place for a hero blacksmith in the making to be able to do his thing. So, you are making your way over, Zyl, to the forge. This is called the Obsidian Forge. It is located in the center of the city in a small mountain that exists where the king himself, Nagora Cragheim, lives. And within there are the royal furnaces of the Draken. And you can see plumes of smoke and fire cresting out the top of this mountain, almost like a mini volcano itself. And now that you have finally finished all that Nalgoric has asked you to do, your eyes have been looking towards this beautiful obsidian mountain, and you run full force towards this.
In full armor, in a volcano.
Yes, with your flame cloak just licking off all of the flames. I love it. Awesome.
Do I have like the flame cloak draping off one shoulder and then Burgledow's wing off the other?
You could do that, or you could have like the flame cloak on top of it, and so you kind of have like these feathers peeking out behind, like underneath the cloak, and just almost like you're flying, like a raven.
For those of you who don't remember, I literally have the wing of an archdemon as a cape. If you want to know how that happened, I forget what Patreon level it is, but
$20. You can figure that out.
It's recorded somewhere.
I like that. That's good advertising. If you want to find out what this is about, spend $20. Hey, and in the process, you're helping to support the game too, so that's good.
Sweet naps too.
That's true. That's true.
Slugger, begging, whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
But like, I'm running, and Zyl just gets there, and he's just speechless.
So, and the crazy thing is you visited the main halls once or twice, but as soon as you enter, you're actually greeted by the guards who are very familiar with you. And you ask where are the forges at, and they take you exactly where the forge is at. You walk in, and you are immediately greeted with hammer and anvil, just like the sound of metal banging in every direction. And what looked to be probably a good like 8 or 9 blacksmiths, very hard at work. They're, experts in their craft from what you can see. And they're huge, very muscular, muscles rippling guys. I know Zyl isn't super tall, but he's pretty big with all of his armor and everything. These guys are huge in comparison to you. And exactly, and you're just like there kind of with your guard escort, and you make your way over to kind of in a little bit back so you're not disturbing anyone. And what are you gonna do?
He stands there for a good minute, just in awe, just feeling each hammer beat in his soul. No.
And you can feel it. Every single hammer beat is rippling throughout. Like it's almost like kind of like a machine, just vroom, vroom. And it's just like you're just like, oh my gosh, this is beauty to behold.
Yes, this is where I belong. Axes are fun, but this is me.
And as you are standing there watching, you hear a couple of them arguing. There's one man who looks like he's kind of an assistant, and he's carting over what looks to be a like a cart of ores, iron ores. And the other one, he picks it up and he takes a look at it, and he like narrows his eyes and narrows his gaze, and he's just like, "This is the 6th batch today. These are," and then he uses expletives, Draken expletives, which actually Zyl can understand because he can speak Draken.
I do speak Draken.
And he's just like, "What is it with our miners lately? This ore is not of the quality of Draken craftsmanship." And he dumps over the entire cart, and all of these ores spill over. Zyl, I'm gonna have you make a focus skill check for me.
Oh dear, where's my stats? It don't matter. I got a nat 1.
And that one, you look at it and you're like, I don't see what's wrong with these. These are really nice. It could be the lighting, or maybe you're just like so captivated by everything that's going on.
I'm just excited to be here.
Do you do anything with the ores, or are you gonna like a speak up approach? What's your plan here?
I just pick one up and look at
It looks like a piece of iron ore. It's nice.
Put it back down.
And the man who rolled in the cart, he's like, "Oh yes, sorry, sir. And he goes and he gets to work just picking up all of them and just trying to place like all of the ores and stuff back in the cart. And the one Draken, he turns around, the one who was scolding him, and just like, jeez, these people are getting lonely down there. They're getting lazy, if that's what I'm thinking. And they're just like, all right, what's next? And he goes over to one of the things that he's working on, and he examines. This guy looks like he's kind of the taskmaster of this area, where he's the like main inspector. He's the one who's in charge, and when something really needs, he's the hands to be able to do that. So Zyl, what are you up to?
I kind of boldly approach. I'm excited to be. I'm not gonna be sheepish. Zyl doesn't know how to be.
Zill's not sheepish in general. He's gung ho, goes into everything, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I love it.
Hello, in Draken. Is there room for a aspiring smith to learn and work here?
I said go get more. What? And he like narrows his gaze and he like looks down at you and he's just like,
Little itty bitty Zyl.
no, what? No, Lomnia's name are you? And he just like, you can tell he is not used to seeing anyone but Draken, let alone like anyone other than his smiths and assistants in here. He is like taken aback, like not like just like he looks at you, waiting for you to make the next move.
Just trying to be as big as possible and wait in front of this massive Draken. My name is Zyl. That's it. I'm part of Eclass Eeas. We've been here to help defend all of Everlast. I gotta have a delightful conversation with
Bork.
Smoldren.
That too.
That's his name. With Smoldren, he considered giving me a scale. He didn't. It's okay. We're past that. We're friends. We're buddies. We're here on not order. We're here to help King Nalgoric with goings-ons in the islands and hopefully destroy some demons while we're at it, but got a nice break. I grew up in a forge. I want to be a better smith. I've got some gear that could use some bettering that can help save all of Everlast. If you want to let me help. Help me help you.
You're not very well rehearsed, are you? And he like looks at you almost kind of like, that's a lot of words and I don't got time for a lot of words.
You don't got time for a lot of words? Act
No.
better, please.
So are you here to learn, or are you here to craft alongside of us? Either or.
Both is good.
You said you met Smoldren,
Yes.
the great dragon, well, at least the spawn of the great dragon in Aishen volcano here.
Yes.
And you live to tell the tale. Tell me, are you something special? Were you able to survive dragon fire, or do you have a silver tongue? It's quite odd seeing a human speaking our mother tongue, and...
Like I said, I grew up in a forge. I mean, it wasn't one this immaculate.
I would call you a liar if you said it was otherwise.
It was a forge nonetheless, and Helix is primarily humans, but it's a big center of trade, of commerce, of shenaniganry. That's kind of where I came in. But Draken would come in and out, especially to our forge. We were not the royal forge, we were one of the bigger commercial forges in Helix. And so, just growing up around Draken my whole life, I picked up a few things.
That I can see, very well versed in our tongue, is going to serve you well, as we... You can't hope to have that many of my workers here speak the common tongue. They don't have an education outside of steel and, raw fire. But, do tell me, if you really want to work, we need better materials. Do you come with your own materials in mind, or, do you expect us to be able to provide them for you?
Well, I have some. I don't have enough for what I want to accomplish. I've got this, and I pull out the Refinium long axe that hopefully could be repurposed.
This beautiful piece. Repurpose has how? I've not seen craftsmanship like this in nearly a decade. This is very incredible. Clearly not Draken work, but very incredible indeed.
So I pull out my Damascus battle axe, repurposed to this. This is my primary type of axe that I favor. I'm not as skilled with this smaller axe here. It's just different, but I want to get this level of craftsmanship in an axe like this.
To be honest,
craftsmanship showing the Damascus axe, an axe like these, and I pull out my throwing axes, my hand axes.
to be honest, Refinium is a very, very, very difficult material to come by. And here on Aishen Island, unless we dig way down into the earth, which we're currently in the process, I don't know if we'll be finding much of that here. However, if you really are someone who wants to be able to understand Draken forgery, perhaps we could help you, especially if you claim who you are. First and foremost, let me see your worth. If you can figure out for us why our workers are not finding good materials for us, I might consider helping you. Free of charge, let's say.
Ooh. Also, one last thing to say. This, pointing to my armor, this is my own work. I did this. Just
Fancy that. And he examines, he kind of like looks close to you and examines and he kind of like knocks on some of the pieces and sees it's Damascus, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sees the beautiful Damascus like patterning and design. He's just like, impressive indeed. If this is if what you say is true, we look forward to having our first human hands in any of our lifetimes here in this forge. That being said, if you would go follow, and he gestures over to the Draken who is finally picking up a few of the last pieces, down to the mines to figure out what's going on with our supply.
It's a mine!
It is a mine indeed. And he dismisses you. I might consider helping giving you an apprenticeship here.
I accept.
All right. So you make your way out, actually. So the mines themselves are not within the Obsidian Forge. You actually have to make your way out into the main part of the city in order to do anything as far as that goes. But I guess with that, let's go ahead and move over to Yuki. What are you doing?
Alrighty, I'm assuming we're still kind of in, at least I am, and still kind of in audience with the King Nalgoric, right?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that.
Is this as soon as we've ended last stream? Is this kind of where we're leaving off?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. Well, Yuki again trying to kind of sweep under the rug the mess that Luxalia and Belbin left at the end of last session. Yuki's gonna be like, King Nalgoric, we apologize for the difficulty that my comrades gave you. In Belbin, I'm assuming is still has the freaking skull of or this freaking chopped off head of this dude by his side, just under his arm kind of thing. I understand these are some hard times for Flamburge right now, and if there's anything we can do to help, is there anything that you can think of off the top of your head?
Anything you can do to help. Eclass Eeas is very, very welcome here, and the things that you've done, regardless of your personalities, and he looks amongst everybody, regardless of the things that you value, we are here in a great debt for you, and if there are a few things that you could help around the city, we would be greatly appreciative. For those, for you, I'm assuming, and at this point, Max, we're gonna kind of like back up a little bit. We're gonna say you're still an audience.
Oh, okay.
So like then we'll just fast forward, but everybody's kind of still there. Um, you do realize what we are known for, and with these gifts of cloaks, this might be a good opportunity for you to eventually explore our forges. The Obsidian Forge here is remarkable, to say the least. And being able to see our wonderful smiths at work, our amazing craftsmanship, there's nothing quite like Draken-forged weapons. And perhaps you can help them out, or at least go seek what they are doing, and perhaps get a pointer or two. You have my word. At least you have my my expectation that you will do a wonderful job with them there. Do be careful, though. The main, the head man down there, Denornin, that's his name, Denornin. He could be a prickly fellow. But he is really good at what he does. So, as long as you're able to do what you can to help them out in any way, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to take you under our wing. Other things that are happening, too, in this city. I mean, there is a cleanup that is going on from the explosion of the volcanoes, but we have a really wonderful commercial district of all kinds of things, and to be honest, foreigners here in Flamburge is not a very common sight, and so, who knows, maybe you can get a deal or two down there at the markets, perhaps. Perhaps. Yeah, there's quite a few things that you're able to do, but perhaps you can visit the volcanology office or labs there. They've got, I believe that Dr. Galorn has made his way and is attempting to at least stabilize the flame pillar, as it were. So if you maybe can go have a conversation with him, you could perhaps help him out there in some way. But as of that, enjoy your stay. You've got a few days before the entourage from Takai Town comes and, helps you with your ships.
I understand that, and I mean, we want what's best for Flamburge as well. I know we have some time to be able to relax, but how is the morale of the men here? I mean, everyone's busy and everyone's kind of running around with like a chicken without their head cut off. Has anyone ever seen any of us Gold Drachen that are here? Have they ever seen a Silver Drachen perform before? And she's curious about this.
In what Zyl knows to be subtlety, which is not very subtle.
Yeah.
She's really good!
A performance? You mean some kind of show? Theatrics?
Well, and she gets kind of like all shy and is just like, like she hasn't done it in a while. She takes out her harp, her black harp that she has on her back, and she says, "Well, by trade, I am actually a musician. I was a traveling musician before I joined this wonderful group of Eclass Eeas that I'm part of. It's been quite some time before I've been able to show off any sort of my musical talent to anyone, and it's been the first time I've never ever performed in front of Gold Drachen before. And if I can perform for you and provide any sort of, I don't know, if I could provide any sort of charisma for everyone here in the cleanup effort, then I would love to be able to use my talents to do so."
If you say you have such talents, I would be more than happy to be able to, see those, especially here at court. I can't think of a better place for that. If you would wait just a few moments, I think there's quite a few individuals that would like to see such a thing, and he dismisses a couple of his manservants to go gather up the people within the keep. And so while that's happening, you have some time to be able to make whatever preparations that you need to make.
I ask him if he has a room. I still have in the gloof bag a the pretty much like the beautiful silver dress that she's had for a while. She hasn't been able to use since Helix. to like change into her performance where she's still wearing the cape, obviously, because it's hot as hell and she doesn't like it.
Mm.
But yeah, so she prepares for that. She takes out her instrument, and I guess awaits for what's going to happen.
There are some time passes, and there are a number of Draken that begin to flood the halls. Some of them look obviously like servants. Many of them look to be pretty well dressed, kind of like some nobles that have existed here. And they all kind of arrange themselves in a way where the people who look more important stand closer to Nalgoric. And actually, Eclass Eeas takes the rest of you kind of take a position pretty close to the throne. And Yuki, you begin to, you pull out and you see within the crowd there are a mixture of males and females. So you see actually some of your very first female Gold Drachen with their wings very similar to you. For those of you who don't know, there's a big difference between male and female Draken. The male Draken are much larger in stature and they have dragon-like tails. Where the female Draken, they have similar horns as the men, and they're not completely dragon. They're mostly humanoid with just dragon features. But female Draken actually have wings that are able to fold up. So you see that there's a number of individuals that are here to be able to, listen. And you pull out your harp and go ahead and make your performance. And so...
Well, she's going to first and foremost give a curtsy, of course, in Silver Draken fashion. Again, she doesn't really necessarily know the big difference between the different cultures, so she's going to be following her own cultural aspects of what she would normally do for performance. And she says, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this wonderful performance. This is the first time I've ever performed in front of a group of my kindred, but Gold Draken themselves. I'm used to performing in front of humans, elves, even Glyven of the sorts, but I've never performed in front of Gold Draken, so I think this is a first for all of us. So please lend me your ears as I play the Song of My People." And she takes out her... Yeah. And so she pulls out her black hand harp that she hasn't played in quite some time, and she starts like kind of going into like a little bit of a gentle ballad, kind of something that evokes snow and evokes ice and evokes long distant areas that maybe they don't necessarily have an image of. A Gold Draken have an image of it, and she starts humming a tune that is famous among Silver Draken up north in Flamburge. And she does so, and it's just like a calm and relaxing way to get into it, just to kind of set the mood. And so that's what she's going to be starting to do at first.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you do this is something that, almost kind of like this chill. You radiate cold just to begin with, but this chill kind of, overcomes the room. The lighting itself, oh my gosh, that's amazing.
I don't actually know what I'm playing. Probably clearly out of tune.
Maybe
That's
you
amazing.
Should be the bard. You should be the one
really.
who's good at performing.
Bravely brave Sir Robin, brave Sir Robin.
At one point I knew Pirates of the Caribbean.
No, so this song, it is very reminiscent of the sound of the chilling winds of the Refinium Peaks. Something that is very familiar to the Silver Draken that live up in the Refinium Peaks and in the tundra areas that surround as well. And this hush kind of goes over the crowd, and people shudder, but like shudder in a way where they're just like amazed. The powers that your music evokes is somewhat overwhelming. I'm gonna have you make a charm skill check for me.
Oh, impressive! This is exactly what I'm playing. I'm just like Pirates of the Caribbean.
Very beachy.
Charm. I'm gonna try. That is a 15.
15.
Yeah.
And so as you play, the room, it just stands still and you continue to go. How long do you play for them?
Yeah, so I mean, I think I'm gonna switch like between a couple songs. So Yuki, her style of performance is more through like the storytelling of, I mean, I think she's got a beautiful voice, of course. She's not really like a dancer outside of her like normal like sword blade dances that she has that she uses.
And
for
that's
fighting.
also something that's kind of special too, because one of the things that like make Yuki's body move as it does during it is like the mana flow from the art kind of takes over, and so she's almost kind of it's almost like there's this spiritual energy that helps you to move. But during your normal performances, like this is something that is absolutely of you, of practice, of years of practice that you've done. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and so she doesn't really do so. However, like if she continues to get into it a little bit, oh my gosh, yeah, she continues to get into it a little bit, and then she kind of does her like moves into her dance of snowfall that she just learned, so that way she can. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Max. It's a little bit distracting for me to think with that going on in the background. I'm sorry. So at least until I'm done talking, do you mind?
You're good.
Yeah, yeah.
Trying
Sorry
to get
about
some
that.
ambiance.
It's good. It's good. Yeah. Anyways, though, she continues to like does it, and she moves in again. She's telling a story with her words, so she's evoking the Ruffinian peaks from north, and she kind of goes into a little bit of her dance of snowfall with that. I mean, obviously not getting as aggressive into it as she normally would in battle. Um, and I believe with that, like actually kind of like sets a mood in a way, like like mist starts to form around her, like with just like that specific art that she has. And then she kind of moves away, and it's kind of like her what she wants to do is she kind of wants to tell her story of like how she got to Flamburge through this. So I don't know, maybe I would say she performing for about like 40 minutes to an hour. And she's basically going through like all the different cultures and basically kind of putting on like a performance of like a musical slash evoking performance of her and Eclass Eeas' journey as kind of like an epic tale in a way. So very bardic in a way, but very melodic at the same time. And so like as each like she explains her journey through like Helix and the peninsula, whatever that was called over there. She evokes her time on the pirate ship Gunter on the high seas. She depicts her time in the local city of Aishen
Takai Town.
Takai Town on Aishen Island, and kind of just tells that story as she goes. So I would say about like 45 minutes to an hour is what she is doing.
And as you come to an end, most of the Draken that are around are shivering. You don't know if they're shivering because of the cold, but because of the emotion that this has evoked upon them. But you make your final stroke with your harp, and your lyrical voice ends. And immediately, yes, exactly. And immediately, a rain of silver begins to flood down around you. You are going to receive... go ahead and add to your inventory as all of the nobles begin showering you with silver coins. Go ahead and receive 35 EC as you pick that up.
Let's go. That's
Nice.
awesome. Great. And she gives a curtsy and she says, "It was a pleasure to perform for all of you. Again, it was a first for me. I hope it was an emotional and evoking experience for you all as well. And I look forward to performing for you again in the near future." And she's just as kind and yeah, as kind and like is kind of feeling a little bit of relief too, because it's been a while since she's really been able to perform. It's been so serious work up until this point, and she's like kind of getting back to her roots, and it kind of like evokes images of her previous travel companion, and she starts to tear up a little bit, not knowing the whereabouts that he is and stuff, kind of like thinking back on it, but
And
she's happy nonetheless. Yeah.
And quickly, the cold itself begins to dissipate and is replaced with the heat that Aishen volcano and the Obsidian throne room has in general. And everybody who's there is just, they're giving you nothing but compliments. And you can tell very much that music is not something that has been heard in these halls for a very long time. The Gold Drachen tradition from... I'm going to actually have you make a intelligence skill check for me, Yuki.
Oh, Nat 16. I don't even know what that is, intelligence, but
Yeah.
let's see. It doesn't matter. I just
No. Yeah, Nat
Okay,
16.
yeah.
So you know very well... what was that?
Is intelligence even a thing?
Not intelligence.
Wisdom, knowledge.
Knowledge.
Right?
Yep, knowledge.
That would be
Yeah,
me.
not intelligence. Sorry.
Sorry, we were
Switching
playing
between
D&D
systems.
earlier this week. Yeah.
Yes. Knowledge.
I'll
Knowledge.
be playing D&D on Monday. I get you.
Mhm. But yes, and so you know very well the performance styles that they are used to, and so that's actually kind of what you were evoking throughout your. They're very much a story-based community, very little song or anything that goes with it, and actually they have a decent amount of dance in their culture as well. However, music itself, like performance music, is not a lot, and especially singing. Song is not very much a part, and so this is something that is very touching to a lot of the people. You see many of the men and women actually shedding a tear and everything. And now everybody kind of knows a little bit about Eclass Eeas and what's going on. And everything that you did as far as your performance really touched them. And they come up and they give you a myriad of compliments and whatnot. So,
And she just blushes. She's like, oh, no, I'm just doing my job. I hope it could help you and motivate you, and let's do our best. And she's doing her best to play like that kind of like idol-esque personality, but very kindly at the same time. Like accepting the compliments, but like, oh, well, let's do our best together, kind of thing.
Thordain stoops from by the throne. He's like, oh, fascinating. Yes. Science.
Science. Wow, how did those ice crystals form in such a place like this? Oh man, it's so curious. It's like that.
Why didn't she do this the whole time? We were all so hot.
Technically, she didn't have it equipped during the
my
adventure
armor.
Yeah, Zill's just trying to stand closer.
Aaron himself out of it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, and then Luxalia and Belbin Belbin's showing what support he can, and Luxalia is very pleased and excited about this as well. So.
Ooh, it was so good. It was so good.
Yeah, and then Yuki changes out of whatever she has, and then I'm assuming that's where Zyl heads off and does his thing, and Yuki is going to change back into her gear, and then whatever will take, I think we should move on to someone else.
All right, and so Luxalia, I'm assuming because Luxalia did help with the volcanology before, with Professor Palm, she's gonna go, I'm assuming, attempt to check out the flame pillar and figure out what's going on with that. Would that be a good assumption?
Yes, I'm very interested in the health of the flame pillar. I want to make sure it's okay.
So Luxalia, she makes her way up to the flame pillar. She knows the way very well by herself, and a lot of people do kind of like gaze at her as she walks by. She's very short, but also has this air of kind of holiness, but also kind of liveliness, and everybody is just pretty amazed with that. And as she crosses underneath the gate that protects Aishen volcano, but also the flame pillar, you notice that there is the professor that is there, and he looks like he has all three of the crystals that were there, and he has placed them and actually fastened them in various parts around the base of the crystal to where the energy itself is kind of like the crystals themselves are kind of connected. I'm gonna have for Luxalia, if you have her skill sheet pulled up, go ahead and make an elemental skill check for me. 11. So she begins to feel that whatever the professor has done, it seems to be somewhat stabilizing the pillar. It's not quite evident as far as like how the pillar looks, especially from what you saw with the earth pillar when it was fully restored. There was a very vibrant, almost like glowing energy from it. It hasn't quite done that with the flame pillar, but there are very vibrant glowing glowing red from the 3 gems that have been fastened to the base.
Okay.
It seems to have worked.
Professor Palm, good to see you again.
Yes. Luxalia.
I think you've made really good progress. You're healing, well, stabilizing the pillar at least.
Well, it was thanks to you, of course. And he begins. I guess he doesn't sound that old. Well, it was thanks to you, of course. And if it weren't for, your connection to the energy, I don't know how much I would have been able to understand quite what's going on. You've been quite some help, actually, here in Flamburge here of late. Very, very happy indeed to be able to have you. That being said, if you would like to be able to learn anything more about the geology, anything like that here about Aishen volcano particularly, there's lots going on, lots to learn always. But I could actually use a hand if you're looking for perhaps something to do while you are here.
Well, I mean, I was here to check on the flame pillar, and that seems to be...
Indeed.
Okay.
Yes. But if you would like to learn a little bit more about the volcano or anything else, if you want to do that, or that's fine. You absolutely are free to go about doing whatever you want to do.
Pretty interested last session.
She
I'll
did,
tell
okay.
you.
Well, I think she was more interested in her relationship with Professor Palm.
Yeah. Well, she was also very interested though in the mana stones and mana crystals that she saw as well, like that were in the laboratory too. So.
Well,
like,
those are the ones that were fastened to the base of the flame pillar. So.
How much of this geology here is related to those crystals?
Well, quite a bit. As I had mentioned previously, these were found within the crater of the volcano, no more than like 1,000 years ago or something. They've been in the possession of the King of Flamberge for quite some time, and it wasn't until King Nalgoric here that we began to study them. But yes, you have been a great help, and it's been wonderful. But as far as the geology of this volcano goes, maybe there's perhaps more secrets we can uncover with the help of someone who's so connected to the mana flow that exists here. I think there's something to say about the combination of both science and the natural things of the world, and perhaps that of the spiritual.
Peek up somewhere in the distance. Science? Yeah. Someone's talking about science.
It's got his elf ears, so they go. Whoop.
Yep.
Thordane, what are your elf ears here?
Yeah. Anyways, sorry.
Science?
Had to add that.
Yes, but I do believe that having the combination of science and the spiritual is something that we haven't done here, at least in my lifetime, and I've been well along in my years, that's for sure.
Okay. If we can maybe uncover some mana secrets, I'm definitely willing to help.
Wonderful. Wonderful indeed. It's been a while since I've had an assistant of my own, and since you will be here, from what I've heard, for quite a little bit, I would love for you to be able to help me out in a few things down at the lab, and let me trust, it's very interesting things to be able to learn.
Okay.
All right.
Interesting. My interest is piqued.
All right, so Luxalia, you follow. Actually, his name is Dr. Galorn, but I'm assuming Luxalia keeps calling him Dr. Palm or Professor Palm.
Professor Palm.
Professor
What
Palm.
was his name? Dr. Galorn?
Galorn. Gallorn. Galorn.
Galorn equal Prof. Palm.
That's exactly what I wrote.
And it was Denornan for the Master of the Forge, right?
Denornan. Yep.
Denornan, yeah.
Great. I'm like, I probably didn't spell it right, but I'll say it right.
And you make your way back to the volcanology research facility, which is, again, a very familiar building. And you make your way, and he sets Luxalia at work. Not necessarily, like, more of him kind of, like, teaching. Like, this very excited professor teaching her about all kinds of stuff. And she's just doing her time. And let's just say this takes over a few days. And Luxalia comes back feeling interested and feeling motivated and trying to glean information about it. And the things that she's actually particularly, like, paying attention to as far as history goes is just kind of the ancient history of Ashalanthil. So the ancient city that used to be here that Flamberge basically took over, and the spirituality that came with that. And so she's been spending time between here and making her way to the shrine that exists at actually the top of the town. And she's trying to put 2 and 2 together and trying to figure things out. And so with that, I'm going to actually have her make a DC 12 knowledge skill check for me. Knowledge. So that's in her mind.
She's got like a 2 plus 1. Is
So
the
that's
plus
3.
1 just in general, or is the plus 1?
I think it's just in general. It's just like based off of, I think, like a accessory that she has equipped.
Okay, cool. That will be a 9.
A 9. To be quite honest, she is really more interested in the history of it and is kind of ignoring some of the geological facts. And it's gotten so much to the point where you can tell it's actually starting to kind of grate on Dr. Galorn a little bit. And unfortunately, the party actually loses 1 reputation for that.
Oh, the hell, Luxalia. Come on now. Oh my gosh. Reputation. Do you want to explain that to me? I don't know what that means.
So, yeah. So, reputation is one of the things and it changes. Oh, and by the way, I will say the party got 1 reputation from Yuki's performance. Nice. So, that's good. So, it kind of cancels out.
Still, so hard.
You guys are currently actually at 3. So, reputation 3. So, in each kind of locale, whether it's town, village, city, your reputation as a party changes. And so the things that each individual party member does while they're spending their time in the city can affect that in various ways. And it can go all the way from a -1 to a 0, all the way up to a 5. And most places that you're visiting for the very first time, you have a 0 unknown traveler kind of effect, and meaning there's no like additional bonuses to effects. If you ever dip down to a -1 though, you're unwelcome. And so they won't necessarily bar you for being in the city, but everything you're going to be doing is going to be made with struggle. As far as like trying to like talk with the locale, people are going to be very mistrusting of you, and just like you've either done something to like really earn their scorn, or just in general, you just haven't been very gracious. It could be things from literally, committing crimes in the city, or, everything that you're doing just for some reason just doesn't seem to be rubbing people the right way, whether on purpose or not. Based, like, for example, this could be one of those things where, that could happen. And a lot of the like undertakings that people can do within the city for like the local undertakings is... What it essentially does is it allows you to get to know the people of the city and potentially build up your reputation. And once you reach certain levels of your reputation, then you can unlock certain features within it. For example, unlocking this as a haven, which essentially what that does is you get the benefits of a holiday rest as far as like the healing benefits, which you basically heal everything by just spending 1 night in this place. It's called a haven. And so by having, I mean, you don't get like a holiday action to do, but like you can heal to the equivalent. So like if you're on like an adventure through Aishen Island, and you're just stopping by for like a night in like, let's just say you've unlocked Flamburge as a haven, you can completely heal everything, like you're resetting everything. So if you have any arts that reset with the holiday phase, you get to reset those, like things like that. It's super nice. But that only is like if you have a really high levels of that you can even hope to unlock that of reputation. But you have to complete, in order to unlock a place as a haven, you have to complete all of like the required undertakings in the town in order to do that. So basically you have to help out the town just in general with like the general everything that exists. And so
we can't just go based off of our name alone, basically.
Exactly. You have to actually just be like, hey, I'm in there with King Nalgoric. You can certainly try, but it's like, hey, I'm here with King Nalgoric on official business. People are just be like, okay, that's fine. I guess we can trust you, but how are you building relationships with them by doing that, And so like your goal is to like go into the town, go into the city and help people and like do things for the town. And so with this specific undertaking that Luxalia has, she failed it, so she can't attempt to do it again. However, other characters can attempt to do it using their holiday action in order to do that. And it actually unlocks certain things. So like there's like completion effects that happens within the city for completing tasks and succeeding at them. And then there's also potential rewards that can happen too from that. So like most of those rewards are going to be either like money payments or increased reputation or things like that. So
Okay. Cool. Sounds good. Damn it, Luxalia.
you guys are currently here because of all that you've done. You're right now at a 3, so you're positively viewed, and so a lot of the things that you do are going to be good. Actually, so with Luxalia's, because of that, actually she gets a emboldened on that roll, so it's a +2. So that was a 9 + 2 to the roll. 11. Unfortunately, she still fails it, just barely. Literally by 1, she just fails it. So it doesn't really matter. So she was working kind of hard, but she wasn't super interested. But
me
roll for Luxalia.
I need new dice.
I'll roll for her.
All right.
You can roll for her. How's that sound?
All right. We could take my word for it, I guess. Yeah. Let Max do it. And then Thordane. So what does he want to do? Zyl redeemed a roll D16.
It's a 12.
Gosh, I can't even roll good on my own redeem. Ah!
What was that? A 12?
Yeah, I got 12.
4.
4.
What'd you roll, Kyle? You have to roll.
I rolled an 8.
Nice.
Sweet. We still have to figure out, like, I'm actually hopefully by next stream I'm going to make an entire chart, an entire table with every number for like the effects in Everlast for people that do it, and I'll probably make rules where it's like I'm only going to apply it to like once per person viewing. So like once per stream you could do something and there's like some small thing that happens, so based on like whatever each of our rules are.
Take over a rock and find 1 EP.
Yeah, wow. You fell into lava, but somehow you floated above it.
Amazing.
Waffle
Yeah.
went on an adventure and brought back a friend. Luxalia gains a pet.
Nice.
Oh dear lord. She already has her Kitsune spirit.
Everyone has like 50 pets by the end of it. It's just like, could you keep track of them all?
You damn Waffle. Bring
Waffle's
back
just
all the
friendly.
lost animals. Yeah.
That's great. Thordane. So let's go ahead and move to him. So this is right after the performance. What would Thordane be wanting to do?
He's a man of science, of course. But no, I think one thing that piqued his interest, especially when they were discovering or during the siege of the gate, was the volcanic activity itself. He realized that he's explored all of the island and he's even gotten as far as obviously Flamburge itself, but he hasn't done a lot of exploring around the volcano, and he doesn't necessarily know like the ins and outs of the area around. So I guess he kind of wants to do his exploration thing that he can do.
So another thing, so each of the lifestyles, they have their own specific lifestyle action that they can take as their, which basically what it allows them to do is, for example, Zyl, his is blacksmithing so he can craft. Yuki's specific action is performing to gain money. Where Thordane, he actually has this thing called forging new paths, which essentially what that does is it's a survivalist kind of action, which allows them to go out in the surrounding areas and different regions, up to 4 different regions in the surrounding area, and kind of map it out and figure that out. So essentially when they go onto the adventuring phase of the game, they can gain bonuses, even so much where he can gain bonuses to his like adventuring rolls, his travel rolls. And then he could potentially unlock secrets too that like normally only maps, like finding a map, would be able to do so. So really cool. So he can do that. So he makes his way around kind of
He's
the
also
volcano
gonna
area.
like do his best to try to like help out like what's going on kind of thing. Like if he can find any clues, I guess, about why maybe the volcano's erupting, if he can. As much as he can, obviously.
Yeah. So the places that he's actually already successfully explored is the western half of Aishen Island, which is essentially the jungle. And the jungle, he did discover a few ruins and interesting places, but he hasn't done anything in the east, to be honest. Pretty much the mountain range is where that was cut. And so there are a number of regions that he can explore. So the first one is the mountains itself around the volcano and the kind of the base of the volcano. So it's basically like a dried off lava flow on the east side, and where most of the lava is going is like through the city on the west. And so he can explore around there for his first one. The second one is actually new to him, but there's kind of like almost kind of like a beachy part of the east where there's lots of, like pools and waterfalls and all that kind of stuff. So that's another region that he could potentially explore too. And that's going to be the next probably closest region. The third one is a place called the Spine, which is the large mountain range that goes between Takai Town and Flamberge. That would probably be the third one that he would be able to explore. And the fourth one is actually the furthest east part of the island, which essentially is where the Great Waterfall is, where Luxalia and actually Belbin went to explore previously and fought the Krakora, but
Yeah, I forgot about that.
way back. And so they did that, and but he hasn't seen that or explored or done anything with that. So
Cool.
so he's going to go do that, and based on his role, we'll see what ends up happening. So go ahead and make a dexterity skill check for me.
That's a 13.
13. So that is going to be for a maximum of how many regions was he exploring? 4?
He wanted to explore 4, yeah.
So unfortunately, the terrain itself had been quite difficult, and he wasn't able to really venture much further than the volcanic crater. This is not an environment that he's very, in touch with, or like he's just very not proficient with like climbing mountains
He's good
and
at
doing
woods,
that kind of
not
stuff.
mountains so much.
Yeah, he does not quite make it to the other the spine of the mountains or the waterfall, but he does see kind of the whirlpool area and then the kind of dried lava flows. He doesn't find anything really out of the ordinary, but if you guys do explore those regions going forward, he's going to have a 1d4, or basically he gains +1 to any single travel roll of his choice. So make sure to mark that down for that. So, but not able to.
Sorry, D4 you said?
No, just +1.
Oh,
Yep.
to single travel roll. Okay.
Sweet.
Is it just travel roll or is it like anything?
Any travel type roll based off of his travel roll. So travel check, I'll say that's easier, but
Cool, sounds good.
Yep.
That's what he's doing for that.
Sweet.
So.
And then Belbin.
Well, I mean, so what is his specific trait?
He can sleuth.
Of course he can.
So basically, he can spend his a holiday action to go around and walk around and see like what the goings on in the city are. So he can collect things like rumors. He can collect things like the current events that are going around in like the surrounding regions or anything like that. Depending on the role, he'll be able to get a certain number of these, and he'll be able to pick up on them, and then he'll be able to determine what are true or not. If he gets a low roll, he'll get a number of them, but he won't know if they're just kind of like false leads and just rumor, or if they're actually true things that are happening.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, he's gonna do that. He's gonna put his head that he has underneath his arm. He's gonna walk out into the city. He's protecting that thing with his life because it's his new treasure. And you know what? He's just gonna he's gonna not be like super shady or anything, but he's just gonna kind of lurk, keep his ears up. He's just gonna be like walking through the market, just like kind of being one of those sus people who like people see them in the distance. They're like, oh my gosh, that guy's kind of scary. I wonder what he's up to, but in a good way, not a bad way. Mysterious.
Yeah, he sits in. So one of the things that he does is he found one of his actually kind of favorite places to um do basically everything is the local tavern, as it were.
Of course.
Yes, of course, right. But he is able to find what is the tavern called? I have to actually take a look at this. Give me a second. It's called the Misty Malt, and he makes his way there, and he kind of sits in a corner and like is just like observing and making his way like to the bar and maybe like talking to some people and just like, hey, like what's this all about? Like what's going on? And I'm gonna actually have him make a stealth check for me.
He's pretty good at that. He. Actually, pretty surprised he's not as good as he thought he was.
Everybody's rolls.
I mean, he rolled pretty okay. It's just he's not like I thought his proficiency was more than that. He rolled a 15 total.
15. So as he was sleuthing about, he actually ended up succeeding by 4 or more, meaning he receives 1d6 true rumors. So I have to go to my rumors chart and get those. We actually first have to roll. 1d6, 1d6. I got it.
Okay, sounds good.
2. He got 2 rumors, true rumors though. And he gains a 1d4 sleuthing dice to use on any stealth, knowledge, wisdom, charm, or influence skill check during the next adventure phase. So he gets one of those to be able to use, which is kind of neat. But his rumors that he ended up finding. So rumor has it that there is on one of the causeways that link the west side of the city to the main market district, the latest eruption actually caused a giant crack, and there are very few people that know how to repair it. So if there's anybody that would be able to help, they're currently looking for people to do such a thing. Additionally, one of the things that was found out too was there are actually a number of human beings that apparently are wandering the jungles off to the west, and they've been spotted by the town guard, and they have not been confronted, as any time that they are called out upon, they run into the brush. And one thing that is very interesting in them is they have a relatively similar uniform, and it looks to be a pirate kind of a uniform as well.
Okay. Cool. And Belmon's like, interesting information. I wonder if I can get some delicious snacks. He licks his lips and pats the head that's under his arm.
Awesome. Great. Speaking of which, let's go back to Zyl. So Zyl has made his way back out into the city and followed all the way down into the market, or not the marketplace, the mines. And so the mine entrance, which I will go ahead and, 1 second, I'm going to jump really quickly to...
We dig, 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 that's what we like to do. We dig, 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 we dig the whole day through.
What the? Where? All my stuff is out of order here. Why? Oh, here we go. We're going to jump to this break screen as we get everything else set up here.
Nice. Hey, that looks good. Hey, that looks freaking good. Did you make that, Kyle?
I made that. Go
that
figure.
Looks really freaking good. I love it.
Awesome.
Ooh.
It's sparkly.
Yeah, it is.
What did you make that in?
Canva.
Canva's nice. Canva's really
Dang,
nice.
I need to learn animation in Canva, apparently.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, actually, speaking of which, Max, Kyle might make some overlays for you guys. He actually, all my overlays that, like in the ad that you saw and stuff, Kyle made those overlays. So,
we would be very grateful if you did.
Yeah. So it's not playing Cuphead and having a sweet space theme. Nothing wrong with it at all, but
I mean, the plan was to have the old-timey theme.
I
and it
know.
killed the audio. I don't know what was going on.
I swear though that it's a feature. Like the fact that the audio was going on and off, kind of like the crinkliness of like the old timiness. I swear that was just like part of the overlay. Streamlabs does things like that, so the more I think about it, that's probably what it is. So either way.
All right. So Zyl, you've made your way out of the obsidian forges and throne and have made your way all the way out, up and through the upper part of the city. You are relatively familiar with this area, although instead of going up past the altar that's up at the top of the shrine, you continue left. And you make your way all the way down through, and you keep thinking to yourself, it's like, why are we taking this direction? But apparently, rumor has it that there is a bridge in the south that is having issues. So you make your way up through kind of this residential, almost kind of like workers district, down into this area, very close to the flames. So you're very glad you have your cloak, into the mines, which stretch out underneath. And by doing that, you find your way into...
So this cloak, does it make it so like it just feels like normal, like it's a warm day, or does it like feel cool?
It doesn't feel cool. It just like makes it where it's bearable. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
And so you make your way into this entrance.
Still a sweaty mess.
Still kind of a sweaty mess, but it actually feels good. You dip underneath into this mine. And the mine is very well lit. You can actually see that there is magma flow that goes below. So it's kind of halted any digging deeper. But you immediately see... Yes, so you immediately see what look to be all kinds of workers and stuff, and mine carts and that kind of and whatnot, and people are pretty busy at work. I'm gonna have you make a focus skill check for me as you kind of look around and try to decipher like what is going on here with the quality of these coals, or not coals,
11.
ores. 11.
Yes.
All right.
Semi-decent roll.
Semi-decent roll, actually, yes. And so you make your way up over to this wall, and you begin examining, and you see what look to be ore veins that have been, at this area specifically, very well mined. You can look, and from your time spent with blacksmithing, you're very familiar with really good ore. And you can tell this is immaculate, but it's only the leftover residue, not enough to really make a lot of ore out of. And so you can tell like this area itself has been mined, and now it is good for the structural integrity. You make your way down along kind of like this area and see kind of the central pillars, which again have stopped being mined for the most part. However, you notice that there are like very visible chunks of ore here that seem to be left pretty alone. I'm going to have you make another focus skill check for me.
Nat 16.
Nat 16. Something's very off about this ore. You can tell that it's an iron ore chunk, but it seems to be devoid of any color. And you lick it, and then it tastes like rocks. It doesn't taste like metal. It tastes like rocks. No, but you... It doesn't taste right, but also the feel of it. So you even just like with your time spending with iron ore and refining them into ingots, this is brittle. You actually like tap on it and like little cracks begin to appear in just by tapping on it. It's weird. And you're just like, what the heck is going on with this? And so you look around and you notice that all throughout the mine and the cavern, many of the ores themselves are this kind of blackened ore, and it just does not seem good quality at all. There's a few crates that are around, and you can tell that the miners that are here are trying to harvest good ores, and they're putting them in, but you can tell they're barely filling the bottoms of these crates, and yeah, you have no idea quite what's going on. I'm gonna actually have you make a knowledge skill check for me.
Get it, Zyl. Come on.
And you are making this with emboldened. All of these should have been with emboldened because of your reputation.
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
6.
6. So you look around and you have no idea. You're drawn to many places. Kind of everywhere's catching your eye. One of the places that you maybe look is like over here in this corner. You can tell that there is this area seems very well disturbed. Not necessarily like iron picks have been basically chopping ores out of it, but like almost as if there's like scorch marks, so to say here. You make your way over to the magma flow, and this is very interesting. So there's 3 areas specifically in this room that you notice the magma flow, and the flow seems to kind of be going in kind of like a northwestern direction, and it's moving very slowly, and it almost looks like this area is becoming brittle. Kind of similar in this spot too, and this spot as well. You make your way up to the top here, and everything seems relatively out of the ordinary, or like within the ordinary, as far as like a mine would go. But you can tell this area, for some reason, has not been mined in a very long time. And so with all of these together, you have no idea what's going on.
Can I go back to where some of the brittle ore is and like chip a little bit off and then
Yeah.
drop it into the lava?
Absolutely. So you chip that off, no problem. You just pick up one of the picks that are there, and you just go, and it comes off in your hand. And again, it feels very light for iron ore. This is a really weird. You go over to this lava. Any particular lava you want to drop?
Just one that's easy to see.
Yep. You go into here and you drop. And it's probably about a good 3 to 4 foot drop from where you're standing to the lava, and you go bloop, and it begins to float before immediately dissolving. So it like drops in and then goes bloop, and it floats, and then it dissolves.
How did it dissolve?
So starting kind of like from the outside, it was kind of like melting at first, and then it almost like it catches fire like once it reveals. And one thing that you do notice is the ore itself is hollow.
Is something eating the ore? Waffle, do you eat ore? Is that a thing? I just like hold a little piece to him to see if he'll eat it.
He sniffs. And he goes no.
Okay.
He knows. He's spent some time mining with you, and he's like, this is not right."
Is there anyone here?
Oh yeah, there's a few miners that are out and about. They're working, and you can tell that they're doing their darndest to try to find good pieces. Like I said, they're barely filling the bottom of these crates with good-ish ore.
And you said the ore around the lava is looking the most crumbly?
Yes. So specifically from these walls here, and like these kind of pillars here. And you notice a little bit here too. But you did notice that a lot of this area too, up top, has not been worked on in a very long time.
Yeah, so I go up to one of the workers.
Okay.
In Draken. Not freak them out. Or maybe that would freak them more out. I don't know. But
Okay.
why aren't you mining up there?
Well, have you seen the quality of those ores? Awful. And, God help me if I'm going to be delivering something like this to Denornin.
But it looks like all the ore here isn't... Like, that looks better quality than what's right here.
Indeed. But I don't know if you've noticed that our problem here is we can't mine downwards. We're doing our best to try to go to other portions, but it seems like we can't keep up, and it just seems like every single morning we come back here and more of this ore has been contaminated in some way.
Do you know what's contaminating it?
As far as I know, I have no idea if anyone's coming in here at night tampering with it or anything like that. To be honest, my work hours are my work hours, and it's not my problem. But it is slowly becoming my problem because I'm sick of getting yelled at.
Well, I'm hoping to help you fix the problem. Nornan sent me here to help you guys. Have the holes over the lava been getting bigger?
Not enough to where we actually realize it's happening. I mean, we're kind of used to the heat anyways, but this does seem to have started happening since the lava flows have begun starting, about a month, perhaps.
Okay. Is the lava, because it seems like it's, the closer to the lava, the brittler it gets.
Which is quite strange indeed, because based on what I know, it should make a very good solid rock. Lots of pressure, lots of heat, creating really good iron content and carbon. And well, I don't really know too much about this stuff. All I know is I know how to mine it. But it is very strange indeed, I do believe.
About geology.
I know.
No, he does not. Not with a 6, he doesn't.
Why? Like what? Max, you
What?
need new dice. You need freaking new dice.
I know. Yeah, I don't really know how lava works with rock. I know it melted some. I just dropped some in.
Well, we're doing our best trying not to drop our ores into these lava pits, but...
Is there any potential of new caves that we could break into? Do you know?
Well, there is a new area that is a little bit north of here that we've begun excavating, and that is where some of these newer, fresher ores have gone, and where the vast majority of the product that we're sending to the Obsidian Forge. And this area seems relatively mined out, especially with the poor quality. But as I had mentioned, it's almost like an infection is making its way through all of the rock here, the mighty fine rock. This cave here has yielded so many amazing, wonderful Drakencraft weapons and armor. And it's really sad to see it.
Made, steel axe, and I know, it's good stuff.
Did that come from here? Did we make that?
I don't know. I just found it, and I know it's Draken made. I don't know who made it. Did it be marked? Do you know?
That's maybe a question for Denornan. Could be one of his works, perhaps.
I'll have to ask him when I see him.
Yes.
Anyway. So, the other day, we were at the Earth Pillar, and there was a golem thingy of some kind that was like eating the pillar, but not like physically eating it, but like eating its energy. Do you think there's like a monster down here eating the ore, maybe? Have you seen any footprints that are not Draken?
I don't think golems or anything like that are native here to Aishen Island, but,
Maybe
I don't know.
put it here to undermine your production?
I don't know. We haven't really put a whole lot of, work into investigating if monsters. We've been here at work and not seen hide or no hair of any monsters. It just seems every day that we come back that, something a little bit more has been infected, to some degree.
Because I know we fought a nasty sorcerer not too long ago trying to infect the people of Decay Town. So I'm wondering if he has a compatriot who is trying to undermine your work here. There's something going on with the pillars. They're under attack somehow. And you guys are the guardians of the flame pillars, so if they...
Me? I'm just a simple miner. I am not charged.
I'm saying Flamberge is. Just you guys.
Yes, indeed.
As a whole.
Yes.
So, if you undermine Flamburge, you weaken the protection of the flame. I think there's something nefarious going on.
Nefarious
We'll ask
indeed.
kindly if there's any monsters here. You monsters!
He kind of stares at you like, what the heck? Go ahead and make a charm skill check for me.
Oh no. 3.
3.
Are you mocking our work?
The hell?
No, not at all. I want to help you.
Yes, but as I had mentioned, it seems no sign of monsters. Nor here nor anywhere around this area.
What if there's
What?
nice and hidden monsters? Wait, would my tingle be going off at all?
Honestly, no.
Okay.
No Peter tingles.
No Peter tingles.
Always forget I have
No passive information that you can glean from any of this, no.
Okay. Where's the newer area you've...
Oh, follow me. I can show you where we're going.
And so he leads you up in this kind of northern direction where like there's these tracks. You can tell a lot of them have been relatively new, as these tracks actually go all the way through the city and pass through the gates here in Flamberge, as it were. So there's actually tracks that go up all the way through the town, through the gates here. So obviously for easier transportation of these tracks that are down over in this area seem to be newer, relatively new make. So you make your way, and it's not much more. They've probably started digging about 20 feet into this new area, this new room. And I'm gonna have you make a focus skill check for me.
Come on, please, Zyl, please.
This is
With emboldened.
So that's plus 2.
18.
Oh, thank God.
18.
Oh.
Yeah, you investigate and you see, and towards the back of the room, actually, there's some really nice quality ores. However, along kind of the entranceway, they kind of are starting to become grayish. Not quite the black that it was, but it's no longer kind of its lustrous, kind of silvery color. I guess not really lustrous, but kind of like silvery color. It's kind of become like a muted gray, like a dark muted gray.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can I just tap it a little bit, see if it's
You tap and it feels okay, actually. Like definitely not compared to the other one. It's not like cracking on your taps. But yeah, definitely.
Okay. So does the ore get better than this?
Oh, the ore's much better than this, actually. In most of the time that I've actually been working, the ore has been impeccable. It's been incredible. I've never seen anything quite like it outside of Flamberge here. We're very blessed to be able to have such a wonderful facilities in order to mine Drachen forged goods. However, it's only here of late.
So it looks like this is a disease. It starts there and is spreading this way.
So seems, although I don't know of any rock-borne diseases that exist in these worlds. I don't know.
I don't know. Should we get Professor Plum down here?
Who?
He's a volcanologist, I think.
Oh, that old geezer up there at the volcanology lab. Perhaps.
Yeah,
That could be of help.
Are there any open, like, lava flows here?
Not in this new area, no.
Okay.
From what you could tell based off of your investigations, is the lava flows that existed looked like they were new kind of downwards digging kind of sites. And so, like, they're not just like holes in the ground for like holes in the ground where you can see the lava, but you could tell at one point they were used for, like, they were going down into the earth. Yeah. But because of the way that the lava is right now and based off of kind of some of the geography of, the lava pools, it has made its way underneath kind of the mine about like 5 feet underneath and is now kind of circulating underneath this area.
We have to turn the lava off? Is the lava causing this?
Well, from what I know, it started when this lava came, so most likely yes.
Do you know how to turn lava off?
He kind of just stares at you. I'm not sure if you're like making a joke or anything, but
I'm being completely serious.
As far as I know, there's no ways to do that.
What if we get like a giant ice cube?
Do you think that something like that exists here?
I honestly don't know.
There's
I just
been-
saw snow in the king's castle, so maybe.
I've lived 42 years here in Everlast, and I have not once ever seen ice in my time.
Do you even know what ice is?
Yes, of course. Frozen water.
Oh, good.
I'm a miner. I'm not daft.
Well, you said you'd never seen it.
Well, I live in Flamburge, that's why.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I've got one last idea. You might want to cover your ears.
Okay, if you say so.
and he covers his ears.
Just shout out in void speech. If there's any friends of the dark or demons, show yourself now and leave this mine alone.
Oof. So you do so. Nothing happens immediately. Your voice just kind of echoes, and it's these cutting, piercing words. And it's kind of curdling for you, even your own ears to hear. And it kind of echoes around and lingers actually a little bit longer than like your typical like voice would. And then it settles and nothing happens.
I'm running out of ideas.
Well, you're there alone, so I wish you the best of luck, Zyl.
This is Zyl saying this out loud to the guy he's with.
I wish you luck too. May Alumnia guide you.
That's Luxalia.
Yep, she's getting her finger Peter tingle, like Thornton got it earlier when science was mentioned. It's good.
Yeah, he's just like,
I heard evil speech. Zell!
Just, I feel a spiritual bonk.
yeah, that's true. Booping all the snoots.
I don't know what else to do. I mean, I think we might know enough to go talk to, at least report something to Denornan.
Indeed.
But that's all I can think of. I'm very used to fighting monsters. They're usually behind these sorts of things, so if they're not showing up, I'm not in my area of expertise.
Not showing up at least while we're here.
Should we post a guard this night? See if anyone...
It's worth a shot, I guess.
That's all I got.
Indeed. Well, you were great help. If you will make your way back up and tell Denornan that it's not our fault, that would be much appreciated.
I will do my best to try to convince him of it.
The dice will tell, I guess.
Oh no.
I know, I don't like that either, that thought with how,
Hopefully
luck.
I can use influence, because I'm good at that.
good luck, Zyl.
Hey, Big Lever.
All right, depends on how you approach it.
I'm gonna head back to Denornan.
Okay. You leave.
I'm gonna bring a little bit of it with, like, get some chippings.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely get some. And with that, we're gonna go back to Yuki. What are you doing?
Yeah, so Yuki had finished changing out of her back into her armor and back into her things. And as she's doing this, she's inspecting herself and she's just like thinking to herself, it has been so long since I've had any of this worked on. Like her Damascus armor that she has just has like some massive dings in it, and even her Damascus broadsword is looking a little worse for wears, and so she's actually probably gonna make her way to attempt to get that fixed up.
Okay. So into the forge you go. All right.
I like that. I like that indeed.
All right. So you finish. You spent quite a bit of time actually doing all kinds of, greeting the people. So actually, a ton of these kind of nobles and even the common folk that were here to see it ask you a ton of questions, specifically about like the Refinian Peaks and where you're from. It's interesting because they don't seem quite as interested in the party's journey as it were, like up until this point. But more about just like your culture. Like you're someone who is so different from what they've seen or what they've experienced and the general vibes of you that like all kinds of people are greeting you and whatnot. So you're actually at this for about like an hour or two while all this is going on. And eventually when you're able to kind of get your, bearings and figure everything out, you change out of your clothes, go back to your room, change out of your clothes and back into your normal armor and everything. And at this point, you make your way back out into the main hall, and it's pretty much cleared out for the most part. Even Nalgoric's not there, and your party has pretty much abandoned you. Not abandoned you, but they've gone and done like their own stuff and exploring. So you're in kind of this great hall area, and you make your way out into kind of the main hallway thoroughfare where there were definitely there were steps up and then steps down. You descend from the top steps onto kind of the main floor, and you see Zyl walking in, and he seems to be holding some rocks with him.
I walk up to Zyl. I'm like, "Oh, hey, Zyl. It looks like you've been busy. I see that you were mining," and she's like a little bit confused about what he's been up to, and she's just been talking to people this whole time. So she's like, "What the heck are you doing?"
Yeah, our pockets are feeling a little heavier.
Yeah.
Jingling.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say mining.
Were you mining your own business, perhaps?
No, I wish one day I can own my own forge, and then I'll mind my own business, because that's how I'll keep it going.
Yuki, despair on your next roll.
No!
No, I'm joking.
That just sailed over Zyl's head.
Good.
That was really good.
It was beautiful.
That was really nice.
Zyl didn't get it.
Yeah, I know. I see that. I see that. Yeah. Anyways, yes. You were minding your business. Yes, okay.
Yes,
yep,
but I came here because my axe could be nicer. I want a nicer axe. I've got 4 axes. They all need upgrading. My armor could probably use some repair. My armor's fine.
No one hits you with that 17 defense value.
Wait, is it really a 17?
Yeah.
Oh.
Gross. It's really gross.
Thank you for being the thick ass boy. I appreciate it. Yuki's like, thank you for being a thick ass boy. I appreciate it.
But
That's
I
a
really
thick
wanna-
ass boy.
I want to learn, refine my craft and hopefully gear up for defending these pillars.
So are you gonna be using these rocks? They don't look very good.
They're terrible. That's the problem. Denornan wants me
can I
to help
Can
before
I see one? And Yuki reaches out her hand.
I give her a rock.
Okay.
And Yuki looks at it. She eyes this thing, not knowing what she's looking at all, and she's just like, "It's a rock," and she squeezes it. What happens?
Go ahead and make a physical skill check for me.
I'm real good at those. I'll probably break this thing.
With hope
pretty
for
good.
how brittle it is. Nat 1, it disintegrates.
Yeah, right.
That
seriously.
brittle.
Well, I'm sorry. It was a strength check. You said
Mm-hmm. No, not straight check. A physical skill check.
a physical skill. Okay, well that's an 18.
You close your fist, and it feels kind of like snow, just like crumbling in your hands, and just kind of dusts.
And then she puts it up to her nose, and she just kind of smells it a little bit, and she takes her like
Make
like this.
make a fortitude survival check as you do that.
Oh, snap. That's pretty good too. Hey. Fortitude.
Survival check.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, survival check. That is a 17.
Ooh, this actually might be one of the very first sound alerts that we've gotten during Everlast. Wow, thanks Joker. Welcome back.
Is it playing on the stream? Hopefully it's not playing on the stream. Just so you know, guys, I get just as a side kind of thing. Since this is our tabletop RPG and stuff, yes, feel free to use your channel points to be able to use for like sound alerts and stuff. Just keep in mind the sound alerts won't actually play on stream since this is a tabletop RPG. It's a storytelling game, so sound alerts are distracting. So you can use your bits to do so. It's just a little bit of a waste as well.
Yeah.
That's up to you. Anyways, sorry.
So nice.
She sniffs it.
She sniffs it, and what was your roll again?
17.
17. And so you sniff, and like this dust goes up your nose, and you feel it. You're like, and you like sneeze all over Zyl. Yeah, but it's not at all. Not too bad. It's not too bad, but like you're good. Like it didn't get into your lungs or anything. It just like tickled your nose a little bit, and you're just like, oh, just like dust, like almost like ash, kind of.
And she's just
Gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch them all. She's just like, what is this rock? Is this like pumice or something? I mean, we're in a volcano, right? It's just kind of doesn't seem to be very useful. And she's a little confused. And she's like,
the iron.
this is the worst iron I've ever seen. And then
That's
she's just like,
the
well,
problem.
either way, I gotta get this armor fixed. And then she's like, come on, take me to the forge, Zyl. You know where it is, right?
And you make your way down the stairs this time as opposed to up. And after a little bit of time walking, you find yourself into, for Zyl, a very familiar sight, and for Yuki, a brand new sight. It's very hot in here, even with your cloaks on. Like it's hot. It feels hot, not like overwhelmingly, but it feels hot. And you, as you do so, you see within the general vicinity a bunch of people at work, and it seems like some Drachen guy is yelling at them as if to scold them or something. And for Zyl, you recognize this as Denornan.
Hello, Denornan. Good to see you again.
Ugh, back already? Tell me you have some good news for me.
No. Not quite.
Yuki or just goes right up to him and shows him the powder in her hand, and she's like, what is the meaning of this? Zyl said this is iron ore. What is this? And she just hands it over to him and just dumps it on his hand.
What in Lamnia's green earth are you trying to do here? That's not how you greet someone.
She's with me. She's a friend.
I see, and
He takes his hand and goes and like wipes it off on like his apron.
what is the meaning of this? You said bad news, and then you smear ash all over my hands?
See, the problem is that's the ore from the mine.
What?
In the mine, when you first go in, this is the ore that is in that first room.
Needless to say, that's concerning.
Yeah, a little bit. I did everything I could think of, which was check for monsters. That's all I could think of. And there were none. At least none that came out.
And my miners, did they have anything to say about this? I'm the one who employs them. I'm the one who pays their salary. I'm the reason they have food to bring to their kids.
They said it started about a month ago. I mean, there's lava flowing under the mine now, so that might be related. Like, even when you go further, the ore gets better than this, but not the same quality as you're clearly used to. But I don't think it's their fault. They can't control what happens to ore. They can just look for it.
Clearly, they're not looking hard enough.
They
Or at
can't
least
dig-
far enough.
They can't dig down anymore. There's lava. Do you know how to turn lava off?
That's a joke, right?
No. I think the lava might be part of the problem, so if we turned it off, it would solve the problem.
I can't see how lava would be a problem to our iron ore, especially if it's not touching our iron ore. Does it look like any of the iron on the walls, any of the walls in that cave? Does it look like any of them have been scorched in any way?
Did they? I think they did, but I could be wrong.
Yes, there's one even specific section where you saw scorch marks all over the walls.
There was some scorch marks.
Then who's throwing magma all over our perfectly good iron? That's my problem.
It is a monster!
Sounds easy enough to me.
Can I go kill the monster?
I did some flame elementals. Yuki's thinking this to herself. Well, I mean, it sounds a little strange. Zyl, weren't you saying that the miners didn't say there were any monsters in the cave?
No, they didn't see any monsters. Asked if they saw any non-Draken tracks. They didn't see any of those, except I guess the train tracks. But,
Stay on track. Come on.
I mean, no one's. I tried to get them to come out. I've got a potential way of doing that sometimes works, but it didn't. Also, I have a knack for knowing when there's void and things around, and there weren't any, so it would be a more natural monster if it's there.
Yuki pipes in and she's just like, well, if this is something having to do with the rock, shouldn't we send Professor Palm down there to do something
That's
about
what
this?
I said!
That's what she
I don't know who Professor Palm is, and to be honest, quite frankly with you, I don't care. You look like you're dressed in armor, you look like you have some axes, and you, points over to Yuki, you, dust lady, have swords. Go kill whatever's in there, and then report back to me when you've done so.
Well, first, part of the reason why I'm here first is I gotta get it
I'm
fixed
gonna
up.
remember
She
that
looks-
one. Thank you for that.
She looks at her armor and she looks at her sword, her one sword, and she's just like, well, in order for this to be done, I actually need these to be fixed up a little bit first. So if we could do that, that would be great. If
Well,
not,
in order for me to have the materials to fix your stuff, I'm gonna have to be able to get some good ores for you.
all right, let's go, Zyl. She's just defeated at this point.
Hmm.
She's just,
What do you need to fix stuff?
I have no clue. That's a good question.
What are you wearing? Like what kind of
Damascus
armor?
armor? What
So you
kind
need
of armor?
Damascus ingot.
Cuirass. Oh.
Oh, so you need that stuff to like raise the durability?
No, not raise the durability, but it's just kind of like a general like pretty much just like a regular like irons and stuff to be able to fix it. But
Yeah, I need to fix it is what I need. So
Oh, it's broken?
it's not broken, but it's not looking good. My Damascus Cuirass is 11 durability rating. I'm not you, Zyl. I get hit often.
I know, but I thought you just need like a whetstone to like repair the durability.
I have no clue. I just need to repair it.
oh yeah, that's actually true. But
I'm like, if it changed on me, it's fine if it did, but I don't-
that's actually true.
So, but still, it's gonna take some time to repair. It's okay.
Well-
I'm sorry. Pardon my
Hold on.
rudeness.
I think we can all be happy here.
That remains to be seen.
Pardon my rudeness, and Yuki does what she was doing when
Yuki-
she was performing up top. She
Be
suddenly
quiet.
becomes really graceful and she's just trying to make her best impression. She's like, I'm sorry, I'm a Draken from the Refinian Peaks. Our cultures are different, and she goes into a little bit. She's ignoring
Like
Zyl.
pushing at her, trying to get you to
She's ignoring Zyl, and she's trying to work her magic.
So what exactly are you trying to say?
Oh, she's just trying to be kind. She feels like they got off on the wrong foot, and he seems upset, and she wants her armor fixed. So she's trying to make better impressions.
Look. So here's what we can do. None of the miners seem to have any idea about anything nasty going on in there, which means if it is a monster, it's probably really good at hiding and won't come out till they're gone anyway. So let them do their day's work.
Yeah.
While they're doing their day's work, we gotta wait around. She can get her armor fixed. If you don't want to develop anything, I can fix it for her. Just give me a little space to work. And then, when the miners go home, we can go into the mine and see if anything comes out to play.
Make an influence skill check for me.
He's good at that. You're good at that.
With
actually.
emboldened.
Please roll good. Please roll good, Zyl. Come on.
Well, I rolled emboldened, so it's technically not a nat one.
Hey, okay, be quiet, be quiet. Anyone in chat right now, if you are part of the Patreon,
I
please,
just rolled a nat one, hell.
dear Lord,
Technically, it's
give
not a
Zyl
nat
hope.
one.
Give Zyl hope, please. He has been rolling crap all day, and Yuki is fed up. She's fed up. She is going to filibuster this until someone gives him hope. Just don't give him hope if you don't want this filibuster to happen.
If it makes you feel any better, with the emboldened, the nat one is actually a 9.
But it's not one, so.
But it's emboldened, so it's a.
Nat 3.
That's true. That is true. That's not as bad.
With the +6 from my influence. so
Chat,
it's
I'm
a-
begging you. Please let him reroll.
I will happily take the hope, but it's not as bad as it seems, because I am
Lord.
really good at influence.
Yeah, it's fine. All right, we're good. Yeah, never mind.
9. It's a 9.
People are being selfish.
Well, I feel like they don't ever use their hope anyways, which is.
I know. What the hell? You have it. Those of you who
Noom, are you
part of the
here? I know you
Patreon.
get hope. I don't know who else.
I have a hope to use, but I can't give that to you.
That's
so.
true. That's true. All right, Zyl, you make your case.
It's a 9. Final answer.
Nobody touches my forge except for me, but you seem to have a point. Hand over your... I don't know if I can repair everything by then. Hand over your sword or your armor. I'll have it prepared by this evening.
She's gonna hand over her armor.
All right, so you unequipped your armor and you hand that over, and
How
he
much
says,
do I owe?
Well, let's see. Considering the damage and everything that's considered in the materials and stuff that I need to use in order to fix this, I would say 9 EC.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. You know what? I'll do you one better, and she hands him 10.
Do you think I'm some charity case here?
Nope, this is just for the trouble that we've caused. I'm so sorry, sir. And she goes into her long spiel about how she's so sorry for
and as you do this, he turns around and just begins working, blowing you off completely.
he accepted it nonetheless, and that's all she cares.
Okay.
Doesn't
So,
work this way.
Well, she doesn't know that. She doesn't know this dude. She just walked into a forge and sees this gruff dude just
Why
here.
do I have so much money?
Because you're freaking rich, still. I don't know.
when I converted all your characters to Everlast, like everybody's, because in D&D the main currency is gold, right? And in Everlast that's like 10 times the normal currency. And so I had to do some conversion, and I basically cut everybody's money down by 10 times. So you guys had a lot of money.
Yeah, Yuki was poor. She was the only one who didn't have a lot of money because she
I've
was
got
being
9
charitable and spending on the party. She's good now.
Oh yeah. Bill
Sassy.
is very protective of his money.
Yeah, I know. He's very protective of his money. And then Thordain's clueless. He's rich as heck. I literally have his character sheet open, and he's like, he's a millionaire, and he does not care.
Some of it's plundered treasures, but yes.
Yes, I've got 9 EP. Okay. And then 1100 EC.
Oh my lord! That's like
His pockets are literally ching-a-ling-a-linging.
that's more than 10 times more than I have. That's crazy.
I don't think it's that anyway.
It's a lot. It's actually a lot.
It is a lot, but
Yeah, you're pretty wealthy. Mm.
Why am I? Why, I just feel like a charity case at this point. It's fine. We're good. Anyways,
Yeah, you
that
don't have
aside.
very much.
Nope, I don't.
I like that I with everybody's character sheets.
Good. Yes. Good.
You need to be ready
Anyway.
just in case.
Anyway, so I hand over my armor and attempt to get that fixed. And as this is going on, I go to the market.
Okay.
Yeah, I have more than Thordain.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, you make your way to the market. Zyl, what are you doing?
I'll go to the market.
Okay.
I've got some stuff to sell.
Zyl, are you gonna buy me some things?
Well, actually, before we go,
Yes.
I go to Denorn and did you make this? Hold up the Draken.
Oh yeah, I
blade
forgot
of
about that. Yeah.
Eclass.
He goes, "Ugh, just freaking leave me alone. And he grabs it out of your hands and he takes a look at it. No, this bears no mark of my make, but it does look Draken made. And quite old. Where did you get something such as this?
Yeah, where did we get it? That's a good question.
Was it in the keep? I think it was in the keep.
Yeah, it was in the jungle keep.
Yeah, it was in the jungle keep. From an evil sorcerer trying to take over the island.
The longer that I'm around you people. And he just doesn't even finish his sentence. He just...
Oh gosh. Oh, Denornin. Denornin. I can't. Okay, alright, it's fine. Alright, she's
Alright.
going to the market. She's gonna
Alright.
she's gonna spend her woes away.
So you make your exit out of the obsidian forge, and you see Luxalia make her way into what looks to be the laboratory, and she's studying. You vaguely remember you asked for some directions, but you find your way down kind of towards the main gate area, and you find your way into the marketplace. And it's not as bustling as you've seen like marketplaces before. There's like a couple like street vendors and street hawkers. There's many more buildings that have like storefronts that you could go in. But it seems kind of just like your general goods as far as like restocking on like traveling stuff, rations, that kind of stuff. But then there's kind of like this like little town square that's there, and here actually you see what is it called, the Misty Malt, very much in Draken actually written on one of the signs, and it looks like that there's actually an inn attached to it too. Definitely this is very much like an area like where probably most of the commerce happens here. For whatever it's worth, but you can tell it's just typically like common goods. Like they pretty much prepare for like what everyone's basic needs are here. Is there anything specifically that you're looking for?
Yeah, so she's looking to refill arrows.
Mm-hmm. You can easily find those. They're there throughout. So.
Well, she wants some arrows because she used a few during her last battle. She is also looking for any sorts of supplies to help with whatever next travel expedition we're going on, like sea travel, I guess, if that makes sense. Is there anything to help out with that?
So for the nice thing about sea travel is depending on what ship you're using, if it has like a boat or like you have a cook or like that kind of stuff, you don't have to worry as much about like rations or anything while you're on board. And especially a lot of that gets prepared like at like the dock. If you want to completely stock a ship with like food and that kind of stuff, it'll be like a little bit pricey, but not horrible. They can like
That's why I brought Zyl. It's all good.
you can like roll basically barrels of stuff down in order to like down there to load onto your ship and that kind of stuff. So if that's what you want to do.
Well, I guess more just like, I mean, for the next adventure phase. So yeah, we're seafaring and stuff, but like more stuff for the adventure phase. So things that will be useful, for example, I don't know, like obviously they probably don't have any potions if you said it was just a bunch of common stuff. Not potions, but like mana / health.
Yeah, they don't have anything like that. They do actually have though a what look to be kind of some like more like creature parts, materials, that kind of stuff. And also additionally they have some jewels and stuff for sale if that's of any interest to you. And they have what look to be some herbs.
Herbs, I like herbs. She's gonna take a look at the herbs as well as the jewels if she can.
Okay. Yeah, she you look kind of through some of this stuff and a lot of it's like unrefined stuff. So there's a couple mooring roots that are there and some quartz cups which they're kind of like some mushrooms, not a whole ton of stuff there. As far as the gemstones that are there, there is 2 barites. One of them looked to be small. One of them seemed to be a medium. Definitely.
What rarity are those?
There's a ton of obsidian. Barite's going to be a common gemstone. There's a ton of obsidian, which is another common one, but very common here. Pretty much it's just like it's almost kind of like, you know how you go to like those like geology like places like stores, kind of like if you go to Boulder and like they have like all the crystals and everything, and it's just more like shelf decoration. That's kind of like what these obsidians look like. Yeah, ton of it.
Sounds good.
Somebody told us to hide.
Yeah, I did. Is there any vendors that seem like maybe they don't get a lot of people coming to buy from them?
I mean, there's a couple, I guess. Not like a ton of regulars that are like walking up and down at this moment, no.
Yeah.
But
I guess more so like anyone who seems to be like they're out here like just trying to make a living. Like they're doing everything they can to like
everybody.
Like, okay, everyone. All right, well, that's nice.
I mean, they don't look like they're impoverished. Like, please buy my stuff. Like, you can tell,
that's not what I'm
Flamberge
asking,
is a very nice society as far as like everybody kind of helps each other out. That's the general gist that you get of this area, and people buy what they need, and everyone helps each other out when that's the case. But it's not like they're like you're in like a city and there's like street hawkers that are like, come buy my stuff, like, and like trying to direct you towards things. It's just like everybody's just kind of like doing their own thing, and if you come up, they'll talk to you and try to sell their stuff. But at that point, it's not like they're begging you or like, I need a good deal, like, you know.
Well, I guess the gems. She looked at them. Nothing seemed of interest. What is barite? What's the benefit of barite?
Right off the bat, let me see if I can find
it. It's in the
player
information or atoms, right? I can take a look at that.
Yeah, barite. So barite is a crystalline mineral, consists of a pale yellow hue. When mana pulses through the gemstone, it gains a faintly cloudy coloration. That's not helpful. Barite. So a small barite is going to... You get +1 to your charisma score while wearing that in a earring or a ring. For the bangle, you get +2 to your influence skill checks. And then the necklace, you gain the intense gaze art, which as a support action, the wearer may increase their enmity by +1 for the next 1 minute.
Okay. So these are awful for me. Great for Zyl. Zyl, do you want some barite? Zyl, do you want some barite?
I'm good.
All right. She's kind of looks. She doesn't really see anything that she likes. Again, she wants to get some arrows, so she can get some arrows.
How many do you want to buy?
She's gonna buy 20, so she's just gonna have some extras just to refill some of them, and then maybe give them to Thordane too, since he's out doing whatever he's doing. So
that's gonna be 10 EC for 20 arrows.
Okay, she will hand over 10 easy. Oh, and she's gonna cry. She's gonna make Thordane pay her back.
Which, when you control his character, that's easy to do.
It's very easy to do. He's a man of science. He appreciates the little things in life, right? Which is the arrows. So that's 10 EC. She's also gonna look to see if they have anything interesting as far as things that we maybe haven't necessarily encountered, but could be interesting.
Well, there's a couple of things. So there looks to be some kind of bangle that is sitting this is a different vendor, but is sitting on their booth. And upon a closer investigation, this bangle looks to be an obsidian bangle.
Well, she's gonna go up to the vendor, and what does obsidian do? I'm sorry, what does obsidian do? Do you have that off the top of your head? I'm sorry, guys, it's a little boring, but
the wearer's makeshift weapon attacks inflict 1d4 plus elemental flame damage.
She inquires, "Excuse me, sir, madam."
Sir.
Excuse me, sir. I want to inquire about this bangle. It's absolutely beautiful. And she goes into a bunch of pleasantries like, "Man, I've never been at a place where volcanic activity makes such wonderful and beautiful obsidian such as this. And this is just absolutely gorgeous." And she goes on and on. "How much would you take for it?"
Yes, this is quite a very splendid piece indeed. It's been in my family for quite some time, but, for the right price, we'll be willing to let it go. And it seems that you have a good eye for finding such nice, beautiful jewelry. This would look so wonderful on your arm, don't you think?
I definitely think it would if it's for the right price, of course.
Yes. Well, I will be willing to let it go for, let's say, 130 EC.
Well, thank you for your business. And she walks away. Yeah, I'm close to that. I'm not going to be able to bring that down. Are you kidding me? All right. Even with my charisma. Well, no, she's like, "Thank you for your business. Unfortunately, I'm a wanderer. I'm a traveler from the far reaches of Flamongolith, and I just don't have that kind of spending money, you know? I mean,
And Nor has a lot of people, which is why we still have it in stock. But it will probably be here if you come back and you're interested.
If we buy multiple things, could it get a discount?
Depends on how many things you buy.
And Yuki looks over to Zyl, and she's just like, "Zyl, I actually think this suits you quite well." And she holds it up to him. "I mean, your axe does some great stuff, but imagine if you had this shining on your wrist while you're smacking those monsters. Maybe you'll actually hit something."
My arms are a little full already.
They are full, but I think they would look great on you, Zyl.
You only get 6 accessory slots, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm a little full.
Are you?
What?
Oh, is it the cape? Darn cape.
Yeah, the cape takes up 3.
Cape's pretty cool, though. Pretty cool.
But does this place have
anything
chunks
else?
of obsidian, like you said?
It does. Yeah, this place definitely has chunks of obsidian for sure.
What would the price come down for the bangle specifically if we also threw in 4 chunks of obsidian?
So it depends on the size of obsidian. We have all kinds of sizes. So they have the small size, the medium size, and the large size.
How big is the large size?
The large size is going to be 0.9 pounds.
But how big? What if I took 1 large and 3 small?
1 large and 3 small. That's quite a bit of. It's been a while since I've had a payday quite like that. And he looks at his inventory and he goes ahead and he pulls it out. So my normal pricing for these is for a small, it's typically 18 EC, but I can bring that down to 15. For a large, I normally sell these for about 50, but I could bring them down to about 40. And, with the bangle in tow, this is one of our finer pieces, but I could probably knock about 20 EC off that price.
Do you want the bangle for that, Yuki? It'd be 110?
Yeah.
I don't have that much money, so no.
Don't forget EP is 10 EC, right?
I do. I have 1 EP. And I'll literally be poor if I buy that. Yuki literally has been a charity case her entire time here and has been very generous with her buddy, so she has no buddy for herself. So I think she'll pass. That's a good deal, though. If you want it, I think you could benefit from it. Besides your cape, what else do you have on you that fills those spots?
A ring that gives me a strength, a helmet gives me a defense, and boots that give me a initiative.
I see. Maybe someone else could use it for my.
Like,
I know. I'm trying to think though, like who could benefit from it. Belbin could really benefit from getting some flame damage, I will say.
Yeah.
But he's also super cheap. I doubt he would come out here and buy it himself. Just
I ain't buying
himself.
shit for Belbin.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and I don't think Belbin would buy things for him either. He'll be like, "This is too flashy for me." Probably
Let's
knowing
see.
him.
How
Or he'll
generous-
treasure it for generations.
I guess. Yeah, he's feast or famine when it comes to that kind of stuff. I guess we just
How
don't know.
generous is Zyl?
Connor, when you watch this playback, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts.
Yeah. Honestly though.
Okay.
So what is it? 1d6 flame damage? You said extra flame damage?
No, 1d4. So basically, it's just like your strength, and then you get 1d4 plus your elemental on top of
Basically,
it too.
punching people, right?
Pretty good.
Punching or like taking a stick and booping someone with a stick, something like
Would
that.
that work for Belbin's punches, or since he's special?
So it depends. So he technically hasn't a weapon equipped. So his weapons are his knuckles. But if he took them off and he just used his bangles, his punches would be 1d4. Well, it would be his 1d4 plus elemental plus his physical, which I don't know if that would benefit him at all. I think he has like a 0 elemental. So
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a 0 elemental. He's got
But
a
his
big
physical's 7.
I know, he's got big boy physical.
so it'd be
yeah,
1d4
maybe
flame
not.
damage basically.
It could be useful for Thoradin, I'll say. Maybe he'll come back later. I don't know. He's adventuring right now. We haven't gotten to him. Maybe Yuki will mention to it in the passing, but no, she's just unfortunately, I don't think
Zyl's
she's gonna
not
buy
feeling
anything with
generous
arrows.
today.
It's fine.
But
fine, it's
he
all
will
good.
take those 4 pieces of obsidian.
All right, great. So what did I say? So 15 for the small and then 40 each for the large.
So 1 large and 3 small, so it's 85.
85, yep. It's a pleasure doing business with you, and if you have any friends, send them my direction, and especially if they have an eye for the fancier things in life.
Thoradin doesn't, but he might like it.
Obsidian. Lord, how much do those weigh?
So the small is 0.3 and the large is 0.9. So basically it's just like 0.3, 0.6, 0.9 for
forgot
all of the gems.
Yuki's pretty darn close to being encumbered.
Oh, so am I.
Woo!
You guys are just carrying the world on your shoulders.
Yeah, right? I mean, quite literally are.
You've
The
got
next
the whole
thing Zyl wants to
world.
shop for is a bigger backpack.
Oh, do they have that kind of thing here? Do we look at that?
Potentially, both of you. If you're looking for that something specific, I'm gonna have you each make focus skill checks for me.
I'll look for Zyl. I got the gloof bag, which is pretty big, so. That's a 10.
Not one.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just like, I'm over here.
Nothing. You're not finding anything that's better than what you have. You are finding stuff, but like, you could tell like leatherworking is not the forte of this city.
Gotcha. By the way, Max, I'm not actually upset at you. I'm glad that you're wasting all these crappy rolls on things that aren't life or death. So thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't know what's going on. Like, this is just bad.
It's awful. It's awful. I've never seen this bad of rolls in my entire career of every.
Well, at least I can say that like you guys aren't fudging rolls.
Dear Lord. It's just like.
No, I respect this game too much to fudge rolls.
It makes it more interesting too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yuki's just looking around. She doesn't really see anything. That's a little disappointing to her. She was looking.
Oh, no. That's not it. That's not all that's there for for the taken. There is another stall, and probably the last one that really catches your eye. And it looks to be they have all kinds of treatments and medication. It looks to be some kind of apothecary stand.
Oh, she likes that. Oh. She's sniffing the ointment, and she's like, oh, yeah, I think that could be really good for us. Maybe they have some Bengay, Zyl?
You,
They have some Bengay.
you touch it, you buy it.
And it's this like kind of crotchety old. Always the apothecaries are the crotchety old ladies, but this Gold Drachen who probably stands a little bit taller than Yuki, but kind of hunched over a little bit. Her wings are a little saggy.
You touch it, you buy it.
I'm sorry, madam. I just got a little bit excited.
Oh, wait.
And she takes a closer look at you.
Your scales are not good. To my old eyes.
And she kind of like rubs her eyes.
Oh, you're not from around here, are you?
No, I am from the Refinium Peaks from the city of Flamburge.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh! My daughter! She moved up there. Probably about 20 years ago.
You don't say.
Is everything okay, miss?
Backs out a little bit.
That completely caught me off guard. Okay. Oh, you don't say. You don't say.
No, I do say. That's why I said it.
That's amazing. Maybe I know her. Is she a Gold Drachen like yourself?
Yeah, she's gold. She's my golden girl.
Some would say you're the golden girl.
I mean, yes, I am gold.
She kind of looks at a little bit of like her scales, and she's like,
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, that's awesome. Why is she traveling up north to my hometown?
She got married.
Oh, did she? Tell me about it.
She got married to a wandering minstrel.
To a wandering minstrel, you say?
Yes.
Sister-in-law Yuki?
Well, I don't know about that. What kind of wandering minstrel was he?
Well, he was always an odd one here in town, but he was a nice enough lad as it was. But here they went to go seek their fortunes up at Flamburge. I've never made my way up that direction. I've made my way to the Great Peninsula once or twice. But after you've seen Port Grandium, you've seen everything, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Port Grandium is quite magnificent for sure. However, I actually am a musician myself. Mistletoe Yuki, my name is Mistletoe. We are a famous family of instrument makers up north, so maybe my family did business.
You're not gonna take away my oldest son, are you?
Why, of course not. Of course not. My heart belongs to the adventure ahead.
He might be cute.
She's just like, shush. Be quiet.
All right, well, maybe my wares or my treatments here could help you on your adventure ahead.
I would think so. Do you have anything that like you could rub on your sore muscles to make them feel nice and chilly and great? I don't remember what it's called. But
You mean salves?
salves.
Yeah, they
indeed,
can
salves.
remove your blind if you rub them on your skin. They can remove the burns from you if you rub them on your eyes. They can remove the blindedness. Sometimes I use that when I wake up in the morning and I'm not able to see through these old eyes. Just rub some of my salves on my eyes. And then sometimes, I don't know if this is very useful for someone such as yourself. Maybe it is, I don't know. But if you've experienced too many cold days, you can rub it and it warms you.
Yuki is literally just listening to this old lady just rambling and being as patient as she can be. Very fascinated at the same time, seemingly very fascinated. She's like, wow, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was actually just feeling that. I could definitely use some of that. What do you have for sale, my dear lady?
I've got 2 salves for sale. I'm selling them for 8 EC apiece.
a great deal. Anything
Yes,
else?
it is. Yes, of course.
And then she kind of pulls out. It's like this like little like case. Kind of looks like one of those like tea cases that have like their own like separate little sections. You know, like the wooden tea crates.
Yeah.
She puts it out, and beneath glass, you can see what look to be a number of herbs. One looks to be a couple simple healing herbs, an improved healing herb, and additionally what looks to be an antidote. So it's something else that's in there too. So
Cool.
Get the antidotes.
Yeah. Yeah, we need those antidotes, dear Lord. Well, how much would you take for everything?
Well, the antidotes go for about 8 EC apiece, and let's see, it's my simple healing herbs about 4 EC each. So I got 2 of those, and then I have an improved healing herb, which I could probably let go for, I don't know, 12 EC. So if you buy all of those together, I can give you a bit of a deal. You're really helping me out, an old woman here. I'm planning a trip, you see, to go to Flamburge to visit my daughter, my golden girl.
She kills me. This lady kills me. Okay, well, what's the deal that you'd want to give?
Well, I could go. Had be calculated.
as in real life, I actually pull out my real life calculator.
It's good stuff.
Oh boy, shopping is a joy.
Okay.
It is a joy.
Oh, and my antidote, I could let go for 8 EC. I believe I mentioned that.
Yeah.
And with all of that, I will give you a small discount, and I will sell them all to you for 30 EC. How does that sound?
I think it's 30 EC is wonderful. And you know what? And she also pulls out, like, do you happen to have a piece of parchment or something that I could write on for you?
Parchment?
Or something that I could write on?
She reaches into kind of her shirt, and she pulls out what looks to be kind of kind of wrinkly, somewhat sweaty piece of parchment. She puts it down.
And Yuki takes out a quill and starts writing on it. Valued guest of Yuki Mistletoe of the Mistletoe family. Signed Yuki Mistletoe. So, this is for you, especially if you're doing anything as far as musically inclined, anything. My name goes far in Flamongolith, so you can feel free to present this to anyone, and you have my Mistletoe word that it will get you what you need.
Well, if it helps me to find my golden girl.
Okay, sounds good. And then Yuki's gonna take all the things for 30 EC.
You know anyone who wants these? And I just hold up 2 spears and a dagger.
You're barking up the wrong tree, young man.
What? Do you know what tree to bark up? That's why I'm asking.
I don't know.
She points over to one of the other stalls.
Any of them, I guess.
I'm sorry, one more time. What was it all that she had off the top of your head?
So
One
it was
remedy.
no, not remedies. It was 2 salves.
Okay.
An antidote, 1 antidote. 2 simple healing herbs. And then 1 improved healing herb.
Perfect. Okay. Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Thank you
Yes,
for
yes,
all
yes,
that
yes.
you've done.
Of
Enjoy your
course.
trip. It's beautiful up there in Flamongolith. It's very cold though, so make sure you pack warm.
I don't know if I have any cold clothes.
And she just begins muttering to herself.
Prone, I love it. Okay.
And at this point, the sun has finally started beginning to set as you are finishing your shopping excursions.
Can I try and sell some weapons?
Absolutely. We could do that. We could do this without role play if you're okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool.
I
So
just need to get
you have
this out of my inventory.
spears and daggers.
2 spears and 1 dagger.
All right, you can get rid of those for 25 EC. That's gonna be the best price that you're gonna get.
Pretty
Great.
good.
Sold.
All right, sweet.
Are we gonna mention that Belvin stole those on? Well, Connor stole those on my behalf. Spears.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. No, you don't have to mention anything. It's all good. Still knows
Great.
none the wiser, right?
Well,
What?
Zyl was there. He's the one who stole them. It was just Belvin controlling Zyl at the time.
Oh yeah, that's true.
They were there for you to borrow, but I guess you just took them and sold them. Actually, Zyl, I'm gonna have you make a
Oh.
faith survival check for me.
A faith survival
You
check.
should have just handed him over to the guard. I'll tell you.
Is
Zilby in
this a
his
feat
street
check?
rat form.
Oh yes, this is a faith check.
Great. I get emboldened because I have a chivalrous resilience.
Not that.
Oh no, so that doesn't necessarily do anything for misdeeds. Those are for like encounter based, like you saw something evil and wicked, like you're doing something bad. So it's
What?
different. It's different. That's not chivalrous.
Are you freaking kidding me?
You deserve it.
That one.
Yeah, you gain 3 points of misery.
Oh!
3 points of misery.
You deserve it, Zil, for rolling so crap today.
Oh.
Oh, you're fine.
Unless anyone wants to provide him.
Faith survival check.
It was a fate survival check, yes.
And we have. Do we still have emboldened on this or no?
No, so those are skill checks.
I mean, it's still an 8, even though it's a nat 1.
Yeah, it's a nat 1, and it's an automatic fail. So
That's fine.
yeah.
That's
Zil.
fine.
Unless anyone has anything to give over as far as hope, I'm gonna give you 20 seconds.
I don't think anyone pities Zil at this point. I'll tell you.
Oh, Zill's not upset about it.
It's part of his orphan days.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
He's not as hood rat as Belvin, but he's not.
Not hood rat.
Street rat.
He's a street rat, not a hood rat.
Questionable good.
Street rat.
That's everything.
Yeah. It's fine. All right.
All right. Yep. Nope.
No one is.
No one's saving Zyl. All right. So sun is setting on the horizon, and it is still pretty bright considering all of the magma that's all throughout here. So it's actually really beautiful, though. That's one thing that you are noticing, especially because you have your cloaks on. You're not quite as much noticing the heat of it, but it really does kind of put like this like warm, natural glow amongst the whole city. So much where like even the braziers that are lit, they don't seem to be making that much of a difference because the entire city is just lit in general. So
Cool.
cool.
That's beautiful. And I mean, and Yuki appreciates it, but she's hot as hell still. So.
It's pretty toasty. So where are you off to?
Well, I guess we're going to the mine. Well, I gotta go back and get my armor, I guess, first.
And you do. He gives it back to you, and you're good.
All fixed up. Thank goodness. And then,
I like how Yuki and Zyl just like hang out together.
yeah, it's what happens.
We're buddies.
Yeah, we have to be that way. We both speak Draken. We've hung out so much together as it is, Max. I tell you, just the two of us building castles in the sky.
Oh,
Where
yeah.
everyone just does their own stuff. Luke's always like, I need to go do religious things. And Thordane's just like, civilization. And then Belvin's just like, hood rat. Da-da-da. So I guess it would make sense. Like, the two of you probably would.
Yeah. I guess Yuki kind of is a little bit kind of taking him under her wing a bit. Quite literally. Under her wing. Being that mother he never had. Even though I think she was more like older sister age for him. But
And while we kind of make that transition, let's go ahead and take a little bio break before we jump into the next session. So if you guys want to go ahead and mute yourselves, I'm going to go ahead to a break screen. So stick around. We'll be back in probably like 2 minutes. So be quick if you need to go use the restroom. Hydrate, do all the fun stuff. So, all right. Hey guys, we're back.
I missed you all. I love how I was trying just to mouth. I was saying, Kyle, was there music playing?
Oh yeah, yeah. In the behind the screen, I was doing some sweet dancing. So.
That's good. I was like.
It was a nice, jolly tavern jaunt. And while I was going and doing my business, I was listening to it. It was nice.
Got some nice 3:30 a.m. jams going on in those earphones.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Very good. Very peaceful moment. And in the meantime, I got a refill. So.
I got some tea,
I'm a little jealous.
some chai tea.
It's water.
Hey, I'm a little jealous.
Yeah. You missed the happy jig. Can you not hear it, Noob? Oh, mine. You missed my happy jig.
I can't hear it. In Vorpal board, we can't hear any of the great music that's playing.
I know.
Wait, is
Yeah.
it still playing? Is it still
Nah,
playing?
nah, it's kind of like a nice little like drum, like kind of like you think like Goron like city in like Ocarina of Time,
Uh-oh.
kind of
Bum,
like
ba, ba,
with
ba,
some
bum,
lava boiling in the background.
ba,
Like,
da, ba, ba, dum. It's good.
dun, 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 dun,
Dun,
dun,
dun,
dun.
dun, dun. Exactly.
Yeah, it's good. All right, let's go ahead and move on. You guys have made your way. It's sunset, and so the plan, I'm assuming, is you guys are making your way down to the mine. The mines of Flamberge.
Is anyone joining us, or is it just Zyl and myself? Everyone else?
As
still
far as
doing
I know,
their
it's just the two of you. Did you bring
Oh,
anyone
great
else?
castles. Belbin's probably drunk. He's at the tavern.
Yay.
Thordane is being a mountain man. It's good. He does that. It's
And
nice.
Luxalia's studying. Not really paying attention, but she's... Well, actually, no, she is. She's super into the history, but
Yeah, she's pissing off Dr. Palm.
not yet.
Oh my gosh. All right. Eventually she does. Anyways, yeah, Zyl and I are going to the...
Okay. So you make your way down into the mines, and again, it's nighttime, but you kind of peek your heads in, and it seems to be somewhat empty. How do you wish to make this approach into the mines?
I mean, I'm kind of following Zyl. I don't really know what's going on. Yuki's just
Part of me
following
wants
be
to say
insistent.
stealthily, but neither of us know stealth.
I mean, that's true. You're not wrong there.
So do we just go in, guns blazing, announce our presence?
I guess. I mean, do we hear anything as we approach? Is there any like lights or anything, any movement that we see?
Make a wisdom skill check for me. I will say right off the bat, there is the very faint glow from the inside, and from what Zyl can assume, this is from the magma pools that exist inside.
Zyl, you're rubbing off on me. It's a 5.
And what were you, Zyl?
Wait, we've emboldened.
I don't
Yeah.
know if that counts though, does it?
Well, no. So like you have emboldened on like checks made against other people.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah. Well, it's a 5.
8.
8.
What the heck is wrong?
Yeah, no, you don't notice a whole lot. Zyl, although as soon as you walk in, you notice that this place, there's something different about here. Like, obviously, outside of the fact you're not hearing just like normal, like chingling and banging of rocks and, you know, attempting to, you know,
Is it
do
a
that.
tingly difference, or is it just...
It is not a tingly difference, although it is something audible that you can barely hear. Yuki isn't unable to hear this, but you can just barely hear. Outside, at this point you've gotten used to the point of like the sound of like the boiling magma, but this sounds slightly different. Although it sounds kind of like something being dragged, but like something very faint, like dragging.
I hear a faint sound.
What does it sound like, Zyl?
Something's being dragged.
Maybe it's a dragging. And Yuki laughs to herself. Because, you know, in the volcano, there's a dragon.
The dragon went home already. Unless it's an evil.
Look at Zyl. I just try to be funny. And it just doesn't work. Like that dude. And she laughs to herself. She chuckles. What do you mean, like, dragging? Like
I don't
like
know.
bodies? Rocks? Like, what kind of dragging? Is it what kind of
Go
dragging?
ahead, Zyl, and make a focus skill check for me.
8.
Sounds kind of like metal.
So dragging.
Kind of.
Dragging these ingots. Maybe across the ground, across the wall,
I don't know.
across
It sounds
your
like some
across
metal.
your chin.
It sounds like some metal. I wonder if they're
It's like
Are they-
sorry.
mining the ore.
I
Are they
can't make
taking
it-
the good ore out of the ore and leaving crappy ore in its place?
I mean, that sounds kind of like some witchcraft or something. Maybe we should check it out. So I guess we're just gonna go in. I mean, I'm not being.
Do we try to
stealthy about
sneak in,
this.
or do we let them know we're here? We try and scare them.
I mean, I'm trying. I don't feel very sneaky, but we could try. Let's try. I'm feeling it. Just roll.
Make stealth checks for me.
Oh god. Yuki.
That's a 7.
God.
Zyl, no. Natural
12.
1.
Wow.
Oh, thank God.
Oh.
Another natural 1. What is going on?
With a -1 too.
That's pretty good. Yeah, so Zyl, you begin your sneaky sneak, and mostly because you're familiar with the terrain, so you kind of generally know how to like kind of quiet your armor, just move a little slower, less shaky.
My profusive sweating
Yeah,
has added a dampening to the air.
it's oiled the joints in your armor. It's a thick sweat. It's an oily sweat.
There's a lot of grime in there. Zyl's not a clean person.
Nope,
And and as Zyl makes his way down through kind of this area, kind of closer and closer to the sound, and both of you, as you move closer, are starting to hear kind of this audible dragging. Yuki, all of a sudden, Zyl starts to hear the sound of what kind of vaguely sounds like sleigh bells. As Yuki is walking, there are some chinglinging in her pockets. Maybe some pocket change she got from earlier.
She doesn't have any money.
Wait, that's Zyl?
It's you.
It's me?
It's
Oh,
you.
yeah. Oh.
You're the jingling.
Oh, I was like, I'm sorry. It's late, guys. It's late. I'm like, I didn't know what that was. I thought Santa Claus was in this cave for a second here.
It's the Christmas episode.
Yuki is basically Santa Claus. She comes from the North Pole, kind of like the equivalent of the North Pole. She's
She gives all
icy
her money
cold.
away.
Yeah, she's very giving. She comes bearing her presents, not presents per se, but her presents.
Mm.
Yeah.
She's got a beard. Oh wait,
And
no.
she's jingling. She might as well at this point, I guess. You know. Yeah, she's coming. Yoo-hoo, big summer blowout. Anything here?
And immediately as you come up, as you make your way closer, the dragging sound stops.
Yuki stops.
How long do you
And
wait?
she turns to Zyl, and she's just like, "Can she hear this? Is she still just unaware?
Yeah, you
that
can
this
you
is
can
going-
hear this. Yeah, you
Okay,
can hear
alright.
this now.
She's like, I think it stopped, Zyl. Do you want to keep going? Yeah, I think you should keep going.
I'm gonna keep going.
All right. You do so. You tiptoe around the corner. And from what you can see, you can barely see something submerge itself into the lava as you peek your head around the corner. And then it's gone.
Yuki whispers back. You can't make me go in there, Zyl.
How good did Gorg say these capes were?
I don't remember. It was like an hour ago. I can't remember.
We can jump in after it.
I don't want to go in there, Zyl. I think I will die. I'm already hot. Yuki is just, I guess, gonna peek around the corner as well and see, does she see anything, or is it gone at this point, whatever it was.
Yeah, by the time you get around, you don't see anything.
Yep. Yep. She's gonna, I guess, go where Zyl was telling the thing came from. What did you see in here, Zyl, in particular? And she's gonna look into the lava, squint real hard.
So you make your way over to the edge of this bigger pool, and you squint real hard. It just looks like the typical magma. That's.
Is there any evidence on the walls or anything that like recently fresh splashes of lava, molten rock somewhere?
Go ahead and make a focus skill check for me.
I'm okay at those.
Just Yuki or both?
If you want to do so too, go ahead.
11 plus 3, 14.
14?
14.
11.
11. So Zyl, you actually, something catches your eye as you turn around at this pillar. There is a very dark scorch mark that's in this direction, and as you get close, you can feel what like heat emanating off of this rock. Yuki, you make your way over to this corner over here, and there is what looks to be hardening magma on the wall. It's like currently like magma that was there, and it's beginning to now start to firm up with
Yuki turns. Zyl, I see some molten hot magma on the wall over here.
This one is warm.
Well, this one is literally lava. Points. She points to it.
Is lava alive?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it got here. Is there any footprints or anything? Yuki doesn't know what she saw. She just sees lava.
Yeah, is there
forming on
any
the wall.
tracks?
There isn't any like normal tracks that you would see. However, you do, Zyl, along your feet see kind of sparking kind of embers on the floor. Small, very tiny. Like you know you're looking for something, so that's the only reason that you can see it. Yuki, you can't see any such things.
Be alive.
Well, maybe we should call out to it. At the very least, we could talk with it. And Yuki raises her voice a little bit, and she's just like, "We are friends. We are friends. Who is in here with us?"
What are you speaking in?
Well, she only knows 3 languages. You know what? She's going to speak. What was it? What's her one language? She's got a couple of authority sheet. Where do I look at languages again? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, she's talking in Regalian.
You wait for a moment.
Yep.
2 moments pass. 3 moments pass. No response.
Yeah, it's just I don't know.
I'm gonna call out, saying the same thing.
Yep.
3 different times.
Do you speak
Once in
Regalian?
every speech.
Okay.
I don't speak Regalian.
It's pretty impressive if you could.
What did you just say?
I said this and I repeat it in Draken. Yeah, pretty much. And I repeat it in Draken. So to Zyl.
I say it in every speech, Draken and Voiden.
In Voiden? Do his lips fall off when he's doing that?
Your ears almost fall off as
Yeah,
he's
they're
doing
like,
it.
Zyl, watch your mouth, good sir.
Yeah. So you speak it first in Draken, and is that or common first or Everspeech? Everspeech. So you do it. Your voice echoes throughout and bounces off the walls. Nothing happens after about the same amount of time.
I do want to wait a little bit in between each.
Okay.
attempt.
Nothing immediately happens, and it seems to kind of fall on whatever deaf ears. You say it in Draken, and you can hear something very faintly. A bubbling in the northeastern direction, kind of like a little bit of like just one.
I'm gonna go to the northeastern pool.
And then he's gonna spit some foul-mouthed Voiden at the thing.
No, knowing hearing a reaction to Draken, I'm gonna keep going in Draken.
Alright. I like
Is
it.
anybody there? We just want to. We want to know what's going on. The ore is different, and maybe we can work something out. I don't know what you need from it, but
You make your way onto the tracts, and you hear kind of like the sound of like a immediately to your right.
I'm gonna go towards the pool. The pool right to my right.
Yuki is going towards the
So Yuki starts making her way over this direction
Little by
too.
little, slowly but surely.
Poco a poco.
Zyl, you come up over here, and you don't see anything right off the bat. Whatever seems to have made that noise is no longer in the general vicinity.
Hello? We just want to talk right now.
You wait for a moment.
Hello?
This isn't Draken, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
You wait for a moment, another moment, and no longer can you hear anything. I'm going to have both of you make knowledge skill checks for me.
I don't know. It's freaking 7.
4.
Oh, why? Why? Help us, chat, please.
Ah!
Please.
I'm pretty sure you have hope, Yuki.
Oh, I do have hope. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Is this worth using the hope on? Yeah. It's a natural 1. Chat, please.
Oh my goodness.
You're just
All right, Noom, you can use it on Zyl or Yuki. Who do you want to use it on?
Yuki, what's your modifier?
For knowledge, 2.
Give it to Yuki. Give it to Yuki. Mine's 1.
Yes, you can use it.
Thank you, Noom. Thank you, Noom. It has been a struggle today, my friend. I just can't.
Let me wait for the official
That's
confirmation.
better. That's a 14. It's a 14.
Oh, Noom said roll to decide for me.
Well, I rolled a 14. Go ahead and roll, Max.
But use it.
Trevor rolls higher, gets it.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you get it because I got an 8.
Well, I gotta roll this again.
No, the 14 was good.
Keep the 14. That was the initial roll. It's fine.
That one was a 5.
No, we're gonna use the initial 14. That's what it was anyway. It's fine.
Noom, making things count. Thank you for your help, Noom.
This is nice. Zill's just like, what the frick is going on? And Yuki has kind of like this inkling in her mind. Whatever is in here, it does not like the presence of the people here. Perhaps if you did any kind of hiding out of normal eyesight or earshot, whatever would come out again after some
Yuki-
time.
Of her thoughts of thought is just like, if this is a monster,
It's pretty. 14 was a pretty good thought, though.
if we're dealing with a monster here, think, Yuki, think. Think, Yuki, think. What would Thordane say, a man of science? Oh, why, of course, something he's really good at. He's really good at hiding. Zyl. Maybe if there's like a wagon or a wheelbarrow, maybe you should get underneath that. I'm gonna hide behind this rock, and let's just sit and listen for a time being.
Okay.
And we're gonna do that.
Okay, where are you guys hiding?
Yuki is going to stoop on top of a pillar. That will
So
hide Zyl.
these technically go to the
Oh, go to
ceiling.
the ceiling, never mind.
Yeah.
She is going to go behind a corner, kind of the first little corner that I'll point. That's okay.
Yes, please.
This corner right here.
Okay.
Just right behind there. Right there.
Zyl is going to get in this minecart.
All right. So you do so. You wait
Is
for.
there and then kind of spread out my cloak, or if there's like a tarp in it over me. So
There's not really a tarp, but it's pretty deep, and especially with how you there's like nothing in it at this point. You could tell they've pretty much finished their work up, and then so you just like hide it. You just like barely peek up above, and you can use like your cloak to like put it over your head a little bit to take a look. But you wait for a little bit. About 10 minutes pass, and you guys are kind of in your general areas, and probably about 30 minutes pass. Nothing. About an hour passes. Still nothing. And you're kind of getting to the point where it's like you don't, like, you're kind of like starting to like feel a little bit numb and you want to spread out, but you know by like trying to do anything, you're going to start making some clip clacking all over the place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
About another 15 minutes pass, and Yuki, you can see in this area something has begun to peer out and make its way up onto the
land.
the land. This actually looks relatively familiar to you. You've seen something like this before.
Mm-hmm.
It is a magma minion.
Those things that came out of the lava that flew everywhere?
Yep.
Oh, those sons.
They have crag-like armor on themselves, and they seem to be dragging what look to be blades of some kind. One peers out there. Another one makes its way out here, and goes this direction, and one more actually comes out of this pool and begins making its way up. Yeah, Zyl sees this. Sees this one.
Pirate fight. That they
Yeah.
were at. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what I would know about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
And
explode when
he
you kill them,
starts
so be
making
careful.
his way over this direction. Do you want to do anything, or do you want to wait? You have
I guess-
eyes on them.
Yeah. I guess we'll see if they're the ones who are actually causing the havoc. I mean, I assume we do, but maybe just for a little bit. Yeah, just wait a little bit, see what they do.
Okay.
Also, would Zyl remember, is there any concern of my weapon being ruined by fighting them?
No, but again, you do very vividly remember that these things detonate upon dying, so
Yeah.
Making tackles, which axe do I pull out?
yeah.
When the time comes?
And as this is happening, you see that they immediately are drawn to the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
This one over in this direction, very similar to the area that Zyl looked at before where the scorch marks were. This one comes over here, not to the magma area, but has started made their way south, and this one eventually goes out of sight into this room.
And there was no open magma pools in that room, right?
That is correct.
I see. Okay. I see. Yuki like kind of peers around the corner, like towards Zyl, and sees if she can see him.
Make a stealth check for me
Oh no. Oh no.
as you begin the move.
It's an 11.
11. You do so quite enough. And you look over and you see Zyl barely peeking his eyes out. And you immediately start to hear what sounds to be some kind of like a...
It's my favorite sound ever. Yuki is kind of like trying to get eye contact with him and see if she like if Zyl sees this and like if we should do something about it. She's like
So I only saw the one, right?
You did see the one, that's correct.
Yuki's gesturing towards the other ones because Yuki can't see because there's the pillar in the middle of that one that Zyl saw, but she sees these two and she saw the one go around the corner.
Kind of like pointing one that way.
And Yuki's doing the same thing this way. There he is. Zyl, what do we do?
I take out one.
Fly, you fool.
I don't know what this is gonna do. I was just like, you can't talk to. She's not Thordane. All right, send the mouse this way.
Do you have any scrap paper?
Waffle can write. He can at least be a delivery
Waffle
mouse.
But Yuki can't.
Oh God, I don't know. Do I have
I
scrap
don't know if I
paper?
have any.
Give me 2
I don't know.
seconds. Let me take a quick look in my inventory and see if I have anything.
See, sometimes it's not fun to carry around paper, but sometimes it's really helpful.
I mean, I've got.
Thordane, I guarantee you, has paper.
I guarantee you has paper.
I don't know if I do. which is why. Let's see. Mining supplies. I got some meat. Oh, I do have paper.
I don't. So
I sent paper with waffle because I would. Yes, I didn't realize I had it, but the plan was to get her to write me a message. So I sent some paper with waffle, and I wrote on the top, probably with just some ash or charcoal, because I don't think I have any writing supplies. What do?
this is a crap show, guys. Oh my gosh, what is going on here?
You just gotta hastily bad handwriting and charcoal.
You make
what
do with what you had. Yeah.
And I tie that onto waffle.
All right, you tie it on, and he immediately goes, as if understanding every single word that you said, and he immediately goes and delivers said message to Yuki.
And Yuki opens it up, and she sees incoherently written words because Zyl's never been to school and has probably never really known how to write or read. Now, I can probably read or write a little bit, you know. And she
What? That's why it says what do.
What do?
It's decipherable, but it's bad.
Yeah, and Yuki spends like 30 seconds just trying to even just see what it's saying. It's just like, what is this? And then Yuki takes out her really nice quill that she has and writes in beautiful scrawl, "Let's do it to it," and that's what she sends back. That's what she sends back.
You roll it up and you give it back to a Waffle, and he looks at you as if waiting for something.
And Yuki whispers into his ear, "It's pretty real estate," and then expects him to go back. No, I'm joking. Of course, he whispers, "Give this to Zyl."
And it looks at you still, just with eyes blinking.
The hell do you want, mouse? I don't know. What does the mouse want? I don't have cheese on me. You know what I could give him though? I could give him. I don't have anything to give him. You know what I'm gonna give him? I'm gonna give him a single arrow.
Bigger than him.
What do you want from me?
You plop it down on the ground, and he just continues looking at you like
a peace offering. What am I supposed to do? All right, fine. I pick him up and I throw him at Zyl.
Make a ranged skill check for
I'm
me.
sorry, Waffle. I don't know what you want from me.
His squeaks. Range
That's
skill
not bad. +1. That's a 15.
15. Waffle soars through the air and
He has
just
the arrow in
lands
his mouth, right? So that's probably why it's so good.
and just lands right inside the basket where Zyl. It was a really good throw. And then spits out the. I don't know how a mouse would carry that. Would it just in its mouth?
I guess. Yeah, it was small note. It was a real small note.
What to do, and let's do it to it.
So, Zyl reads that, and he's ready. So he stealthily.
Yuki too sees him getting out of the thing stealthily, and she starts stealthing.
And he
towards
wants to get to right here.
Okay. And where are you going? Where are you going, Yuki?
Around this pillar.
I mean, Yuki's kind of going the same
Kinda
little
this way.
direction in that, because that's where she saw the dudes, right?
Mm.
So.
My goal is right there.
All right. So you're gonna make 2 checks for me, Zyl. The first one is going to be a dexterity check as you attempt to leave this cart.
10.
10. You successfully do so, without making very much noise at all. At least nothing like discernible enough. Yuki, as you begin to move, I'm gonna have you make a stealth check for me.
I'm scared about the stealth check.
11.
You creep up. Tiny little bit of a noise, but again, nothing super audible. You make your way about this far. Zyl, go ahead and make a stealth check for me. 3. Clink, clank, clink, clank, clink, clank, and immediately this one turns around and this one turns around. Yuki, you cannot see this one, but you have eyes on this one.
I rush
and
it.
It looks back. Yeah, okay. Go ahead and roll for initiative.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my Zyl!
Should you be yelling at yourself too?
No, I rolled well on my initiative. It's 5.
5.
Okay. Hold on.
A 5.
Wait, no. 6. I have +4, not +3.
That's what I'm
I rolled
saying.
a
I thought
2.
you actually had gone.
Yeah, I have good initiative. I just have crap dice.
I guess, you know.
And it's both of them. I got 2, and they're both being terrible.
All right. Let me go ahead and roll mine. Well.
You guys are having fun. It's fine. It's all good.
No,
It's
no,
all
I'm
good.
having a great time. I'm having a
Yeah,
great
it's
time.
good. It's part of the fun of a tabletop RPG, right? You never know what's gonna happen.
He is really getting to Zyl. That's what's going on.
All right, Zyl, what'd you get?
6.
Oh my gosh.
And Yuki.
14.
Woo. All right. And so immediately, sorry. Okay, Yuki. You start off strong. You begin to rush, and the magma minion he turns around without really doing much, and you make your way before combat starts to about here. He turns around and he sees, you just hear a and as if to turn around, but something is holding him back. You have no idea what that could be, but
Is he absorbing himself into the rock? Well, there you go. Yuki sees Zyl being real slow and loud, and she's like, one went off in this direction. She takes a left down that corridor where the other one went.
all right, so this way.
Yeah.
You're gonna move your full movement.
Yep.
What is that?
30 feet.
How do I have more movement than you?
'Cause
And
I
you
can
see
fly,
that,
I guess.
and it turns around and kind of hissing. All right, Zyl, your turn.
I want to, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right there. 35.
And Zyl.
Actually, wait, yeah, that's all I can do.
All right. And so you both make your way, making your presence very well known. Yes.
Wait. So he's 35 feet, within 35 feet of me?
Mm-hmm.
This is when I can make a ranged attack?
Yeah, technically during your movement, you absolutely can make a ranged attack.
Nice.
So this is gonna be a reflex support action in order to do so.
Not my attack action?
Not your attack action.
Is that new?
So no, in order to throw a weapon, it's a reflex. In that's what basically allows you to make a melee weapon used during your because technically, I guess it's a ranged attack, but you use a reflex support action in order to chuck the whatever it is.
I could use, so I can make a ranged and a melee attack in one turn?
Yes.
Good to know. That's really good to know.
But remember, you only have one reflex support action to use per turn. So.
Oh. That changes things.
Because you can use, I think you have 2 support actions. You can use 2 support actions, but one of them would be a reflex support action, but you can't.
Okay. Why?
And the nice thing about throwing a weapon too is you don't have to worry about making the support action in order to change the weapon. So you automatically equip whatever the next weapon is of your choice. So.
Yeah, and since it's, I can hold my big axe in one hand, like I can still have it equipped. And
Yes. Yes.
Good. Yeah, I'm gonna throw it.
Okay.
Do that.
Go ahead and make a attack roll. So ranged attack hit.
And it loses a durability no matter what, right?
So actually, that's different. No, I decided to change that. So if it misses, it loses durability. If it hits, it does not.
Okay, cool. I'll give you one guess.
Natural 1.
Nat 1.
Nice. It goes
Are you kidding me?
spinning, and you spike it into the ground right here. Fortunately, not into the lava, but
Oh my.
barely just over it. You just spike it.
Our lives.
All right. Well, it's these guys' turn, and they both seem so startled by what's going on. They are going to end their turn right there. They got natural 1s on their initiatives, so.
Oh, nice.
I like it.
No additional checks or anything. So we're gonna go ahead and reroll initiative.
I'm done with the stupid purple dice. It's being mean to me.
That's about right. That
This
was
one
a good
isn't better. 6 again.
17.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
It's okay, Zyl. It's one of those days.
I
One of
know.
those days. No problem.
It's happening. It's still fun. It's fun.
Yeah, no,
it's
that's exactly.
fun to be upset at the dice, even if I'm not actually upset at the game.
And again, it could be in a worse situation.
Yeah.
Honestly, so.
All right.
it's
And
fine.
so, at the beginning of this turn of combat, they are going to make a move. This one's actually going to just go right in for Yuki. Go ahead and make a combat challenge. But first,
Wait,
let me
it got a
s-
higher initiative than me?
it did.
Crap.
Holy smoke! All right, okay. What do I?
Considering you got a natural 16, yes, it
yeah,
did.
that's pretty good. That's pretty good. What do I
So it's got its flame body ability, meaning when you're within 10 feet of it, you must make a fortitude survival check for me.
All right, 10 plus 5, 15.
15. You take 1 point of flame damage as it makes contact into you. This one, he's going to go ahead. This one has not quite realized this turn. Next turn, it will realize what's going on. And this one is going to start. And it just moves over the lava as if nothing. And immediately makes the combat challenge against Zyl. Zyl, go ahead and make a fortitude survival check for me.
Uh, 17.
17. You take 1 point of flame damage. And because of that, unless, I guess, Yuki, it is your turn, do you wish to do anything different? Any support actions, anything like that?
No, I'm fine with it being in contact with me. However, I believe I will start to do my.
Unfortunately, unless you...
That's true, and I
yeah.
have to use a support action to disengage as well.
Yes.
Nah, I'm gonna stay in combat. We're
Okay.
good.
Yep.
I'm good as.
So for those of you watching and are a little bit confused about what's going on here as far as combat goes, if you have been, if a creature has engaged in a combat encounter with you, and before your turn in the movement phase, you are unable to make any support actions, perform any arts, or anything like that unless you attempt to disengage first, which does require a support action to use. And because Yuki is a physical DPS, she at this point only has 1 support action to use, and so by doing that, it wouldn't benefit her all that much. So, Zyl.
You know what? She'll attempt, since she's got the support action anyways, she'll attempt to disengage.
Okay. So go ahead. Basically, this is a contested influence skill check plus your enmity score.
Yeah.
Where does immunity come from again?
That comes from your charisma.
Okay.
And then you also have maximum enmity, so that boosts you up to 6. So,
It puts me up to 3.
okay.
Right?
Where do I look at my enmity?
Yeah, you have 3.
Okay. I mean, it should just be on your character sheet. It's next to
So
your
it's just
standard.
it's a straight D16 plus your enmity, and that's it.
Plus your enmity,
Plus
yeah,
influence.
and plus influence.
Plus influence. Okay, that's what I was looking at. I've got good influence. Okay,
13.
that is a 14. 14.
Ooh. You successfully disengage.
And engage.
So you
Fire
re-engage. Yeah,
Engage.
you re-engage in combat, and now what that does for those of you who are watching is essentially what it allows her to be able to utilize things like arts and like combat like maneuvers and that kind of stuff. So it pretty much makes the attacker the defender. So now they can't use any arts or anything against her, essentially. So it's kind of like a defensive maneuver for offense. So Zyl, what are you doing?
I'm going to attempt to disengage.
All right. It's a 7.
20.
Yeah, you very much successfully disengage.
I get a +9.
Oh my lord, that's like my.
FYI, with these guys, one thing you notice is as you disengage, it gets less hot and then re-engage. I will say if you move more than 10 feet away with them and you come back in, you have to make the Fortitude survival check again.
I just want to run around the back side of him,
Okay.
so I don't have to go further.
Yep.
Then you have to do arts before you combat challenge, right?
If it's a support action. If it's an attack art, you can do that during your combat
Okay.
challenge. So if you want to make any kind of support action arts, you have to do that now before the engaging.
Okay, I'm going to use Runic Rage.
All right.
So I think because moving puts that other guy in the 30-foot radius.
Yes, it does.
If I counted right.
Oh sweet.
So they make a charisma survival check and they have to beat a 17.
Oh.
Oh, yep. First guy failed. The one that you're engaged with, and then the one that Yuki's engaged with. They got a 17.
So they pass.
Lord.
So this guy passes, but the guy that is in combat
Wrong
with
one
me.
passed.
Charismatic.
No, I just rolled really well for that second one.
Yeah.
I'm
So just for your reference, at the beginning of the affected creature's movement phase, so the one I'm on, it rolls a d8.
Mhm.
1 through 4, it can't initiate combat against anyone but me,
Mm-hmm.
and they have to move towards me.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the only way they can move. 5 through 8, they can do as normal, but they're half speed.
Okay. Sweet.
I get a bonus attack action against him?
Yep.
That's new.
Yep.
Nice.
Cause I nerfed it kind of, but then
Yeah, 'cause we-
gave it something
Get out
extra.
of it.
Yeah.
Cool. That's my turn.
Cool.
For movement at least.
Well, then we're going
And then
into
re-engage him.
yeah.
Re-engage him.
Yeah, re-engage, and now we're moving into the combat. So they're going to go ahead and make attacks. So the first one is going to start making its attacks against Yuki. Since it's already engaged and it passed anyways, it's going to go ahead and use its Crag Cleaver against Yuki. So the first attack to potentially hit, that is a 12 going to hit.
No. Oh my gosh. I was half expecting
Just goes
that to hit.
whoosh, this flaming kind of almost like stone cleaver like sears against your armor, and your armor newly repaired just deflects it off. Second attack, it's actually going to spend a support action in order to
I'm engaged in it.
it can do a reflex support action. It's not an art, but he's got dual wielding essentially. For his
understand.
second
I
attack.
gotcha.
Yeah,
I
for his
gotcha.
second attack. So, and that one's gonna miss too.
Nice.
This one against Zyl, first attack, he's gonna do kind of the same stuff. First attack is going to miss. Second attack is a 13. It's not gonna hit. All right, go ahead, go nuts. That's 17 armor classes. I'm gonna really struggle.
Look, it can't get much higher.
Yeah, that's true.
think
Like
the
that's
highest-
pretty much about as max as it can be.
I think the highest I can get is 18 if I get a Refinium.
Mm.
Wait.
Yuki,
Um,
your turn.
Oh, my turn. Yeah, I'm gonna just like absolutely stab it. So I'm gonna go for my one attack. If my first attack action on him. 18. Does that hit?
18 will hit.
Yeah, and she's going to do. Oh, I forgot. Oh my gosh, it's been so long, guys. I love it.
I know,
That was with our
right?
Void Invorpal Broadsword, so that will be.
Enjoy the beastly powers now, because when we get to Adventures of Middle Earth, you're gonna be like dagger. Ugh.
Yeah, right. That is. Yeah, I'm a healer in the Adventures of Middle Earth, so it's
Oh my
definitely
goodness.
much different. That's 10 plus 9, so that's 19 cutting for the first one.
Woo!
Oh.
Woo!
And that's max damage with the one sword, without
Mhm.
any of my arts or anything. And then the second one, I'm gonna use my dual wielding ability this turn.
Damage dice.
And roll that one. That's a 15 plus 9, whatever that is. I'm assuming that hits.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
I'm sorry, 15 plus 8, not 9.
Mhm.
And then,
I'll be right back.
yeah. And that will be a 5 plus 9, so 14 damage for that.
You just go boom, you with your first blade, and you just you slice up against him, and you just like tear like through, I don't know, flame, and like just the arms go limp, and then you just go stab through like the center of his chest. You just and you're just like really feeling the battle rage going on here.
And I got one more attack, so I'm
Yes.
gonna go back with my Void and Purple Broadsword, and that is a 5 plus 8. What is that?
That'll hit.
8? Yeah, okay. And then that is going to be 7 plus 9, 16. 16.
And which sword is this one?
The Void and Purple Broadsword.
So you stab in the center of him, and you just rip out, and like he kind of like falls in half a little bit, and then crashes and completely disperses. You have slain.
Sweet.
But with that, I'm going to have you make. Oh, okay. I'm going to have you. Make a Fortitude survival check for me.
I'm good at those kinda. That's not bad. 12 plus, I think it's 5. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
It's really good.
Yeah. I got good fortitude at least.
Whew. And that is going to be 6 points of flame damage. This is just when it explodes in front of you. Yes, he's very dead. Zyl, it's your turn.
I'm gonna start swinging my axe.
2 attacks.
2 attacks.
So aren't you glad, Zyl, that you didn't get the other guy because he died anyway?
Oh, nice.
So
9.
9 will hit.
Oh.
What?
Just hits.
Oh.
Oh, I wrote down the wrong thing. Amazing. What is happening, guys? Zyl hit on his first try. It's a miracle.
This is literally
Just this great battle axe, and just like slashes it right through the chest plate.
You get to do some good damage when you hit too, as well.
13 cutting damage.
Pretty good.
13, yeah, you just slice chunks out of him.
$17.
17 will hit. Second attack, just feeling emboldened, just boom, you slam down like over like kind of like a helm splitter.
And we rolled well. We rolled real well. That's gonna be 18 damage.
Yo, let's freaking go.
And yeah, you just smash his like kind of like rocked head, and it just cracks, and now it's just like a flaming.
Now we're
head.
getting good rolls.
Now you're getting really good rolls. Kind of when it matters too, so this is good. And we're gonna roll for, oh no, so we're gonna do positioning. So we're at the bottom of the round, so the next thing that they do is roll for positioning. And so essentially that's going to be physical skill checks against each other.
12.
That is going to be an 18.
Woo!
So you are pushed back 5 feet in the basically straight back. So again, fortunately, not into the lava. That could have been real bad.
I was just thinking, like, don't let him get next to me.
Yeah. So
Like,
that's gonna happen, and then what else? What else? Yeah, that's gonna be the bottom of the combat round. No status ailments. So go ahead and roll initiative.
hey,
12 for you.
11. Guys, we got double-digit initiative.
I know. It's crazy.
Oh my goodness. This is horrible.
All right.
That was a good roll.
And at the top of this turn for the movement phase, these guys getting a natural 16 again.
Oh my
They're gonna
gosh.
go ahead and go. Yeah, you guys got all the natural ones. I'm getting all the natural 16s. So,
That's where they went. He stole them.
I like it.
this guy's gonna start making his way. He's now kind of aware, not quite able to see what's going on, but he's going to
Okay.
peer around the corner and see you guys there, and he's gonna start
So this is the third round, or the second round?
third round of combat. So this is the first round that this guy is aware, but second round.
For runic rage for the guy who got hit.
Yeah, this is second round. Second round.
Okay. Because it's 3 rounds total.
Yep. This guy has to move towards you, so
Well,
he's gonna.
you roll a d8.
Oh, you're right. Haha. And he failed. He got a 2.
Yeah, so he has to.
So he's gonna go initiate combat.
Can he initiate from that art? I think he can.
Yeah, it's basically he has to move towards you.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't say he can't, so.
Okay. So he's gonna initiate the combat challenge.
Oh, it does. Oh no, it's other than the player. Never mind.
All right. So he's gonna go ahead and initiate, and because you were within 10 feet, so you don't have to roll that again. Or is that once per turn? Let me read that.
I'm ready, just in case.
Oh, it's if a creature makes a melee weapon attack again. So I read that wrong.
So I gotta
So
roll twice.
yeah, so you'll roll twice when you make attacks, but not yet. Basically, when you make an attack against it, you have to roll.
I know. So do I?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's come and gone. It's fine. This guy moved. This guy moved. All right, Yuki.
Yuki, seeing that Zyl is preoccupied and she doesn't like that fire damage, she's actually going to move to... I'm just going to point on the map if that's okay.
Yeah.
She's going to move to right around here, this area. Right there.
30 feet.
And then she's going to pull out her bow with her
Oh.
support action.
Okay.
And she's going to make 2 attacks against the dude.
Which one?
The guy who just peeked his head around the corner.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so she's gonna do that. Nat 16. So was that just max damage?
Maximum damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's our nat 16s that are coming out. I don't know what my bow does. What's my bow do? Give me 2 seconds. All right, 1d8 plus 6. So 8 plus 6, 14 cutting damage for that first one.
Woohoo!
Yippee!
And then for second attack, 13 plus 1 to hit, 14.
14 will hit.
Yeah, and then that is...
So first arrow, and it just like completely pierces, kind of like that one shot in Lord of the Rings where Legolas shoots him right through the head and just boom. I guess that's a Hobbit. Just like
4 plus 6, 10 cutting damage.
oof, oof.
Yeah, she hits hard. I mean, that's the thing. She's only got a 1-hit modifier, but if she does hit, whew.
Yeah, she just chunks on them. And then that's going to end your turn, and which brings us to Zyl. Are you going to do anything like attempting to disengage or anything like that?
No, I'll just take it.
Cool. Which brings us to the combat round, which these guys are going to attack. So the first magma guy is going to make his first attack against you, Zyl. To which he got a 16, which does not hit. That's really... That's something. And he's going to use his dual wielding for his second. Ah.
I don't think Kyle likes me.
It's very difficult to hit you, and he got a 14, so no. Especially with kind of like these low-level guys, they're very difficult to hit you. So
Yeah.
yes, he missed both. So Zyl, I guess it's your turn.
We're attacking.
Okay.
I like it. Get him, Zyl.
16.
Yeah, that'll
Not
hit.
Go, let's freaking go. Zyl. Coming through when it matters.
8 plus 7, 15 damage. 15 killing.
You just slam your axe right down on him. I'm first going to make you make a fortitude survival check.
21.
21. You take 2 points of flame damage. And immediately it just and explodes. I'm going to have you make another fortitude survival check as it erupts in your face.
I like it.
14.
All right. That's going to be another 6 points of flame damage as it just erupts in your face.
No.
It might not be able to hurt you with its weapons, but at least it can inflict some kind of flame damage against you, I guess.
I still have more than double. No, not double. Never mind.
Which brings
Like,
us
double Yuki's max. That's not true.
which brings us to the top of the round of combat.
It might be close though. Yuki's
Go ahead and roll
max
initiative.
is 82, so.
Yeah, so it'd be 164, which I'm not. Even at max health, I'm not at that. Let's go.
14 for Yuki.
17.
Those boots are coming in handy.
They're made for walking and initiative.
And
That's what
initiative.
they'll do.
All right. All right. Well, we are going to start off this with Zyl. What are you planning on doing?
What do I want to do?
What do you want to do? That's a good question.
I'll tell you what I want. What I really, really want to do.
I'll tell you what I want.
Yeah, I'm gonna just walk up to him and engage him.
All right.
Let's see, what do I got for arts?
Do you have an engaged ring attached? Maybe
Yeah,
you can
Marth
use
is
a
coming.
mythical hero from the past to help you dispatch this guy.
That statement just dated this session.
Games
babe.
are timeless. Games are timeless.
No. What I mean is like now people are gonna know this happened when Fire Emblem Engage just came out.
Very
So
true.
you dated the session. All right.
There you go.
Or they just know we're big fans of
Fire
Fire
Emblem.
Emblem.
Yeah, there you
We're
go.
Still playing it in 10 years.
Yeah, there you go.
The timestamp definitely doesn't date the session.
No, not at all. All right, so you engaged in combat. Anything that you're going to do before engaging, or? Okay.
No, do I need to make a fortitude survival check?
Yeah, no, he hasn't made an attack against you.
Oh, I thought it was when you got close to him.
No, and I misread it. It's whenever
okay.
anyone within 10 feet. So if you're using a reach weapon and you attack him, you still have to make it. So,
I see.
Yuki, it is your turn.
Yeah, Yuki's gonna position herself so she's not aiming at Zyl if she can, as best as possible. So I guess, yeah, right there looks good.
Okay.
And she is going to take 2 shots.
So you're going to be making 2 shots. This guy technically speaking, has it's like 1/4 cover. So I'm gonna first make you roll a d8. On a roll of a 1 or a 2, you're aiming at Zyl.
Oh, just because I'm next to him.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're aiming at this guy. Okay, go ahead and make your normal ranged attack.
10 plus 1, 11.
Yep, that'll hit.
That is 6 plus 6, 12 piercing or cutting damage.
And you shoot your arrow, and it just pierces right through him, and he explodes.
Sorry, Zyl.
Make a
Sorry.
Zyl, make a fortitude survival check for me.
15.
15.
Sorry. Zyl.
You take 7 points of flame damage.
I'm sorry, Zyl.
131. It's fine.
Oh, and then I've got 36.
And that is the end of the combat encounter. So, from what you can tell upon the investigation of the remains of these creatures, you could tell they're mostly flame in general, but you look upon further examination and their armor, the rocky armor that they have on them, seems to be something a little bit stronger than what you saw on them the very first time. They seemed to be taking the iron ore from this basically mine and clumping it onto them as armor, taking the energy and absorbing it, from what you could tell.
I see. Those sons of guns.
So they're like stealing the energy from the ore, not necessarily the ore itself.
Yes, so they were stealing the energy, and it was like strengthening like the rocks that were on them.
Okay.
So
Okay. All right. Now we know.
now you know.
Zyl, what do you think, buddy? Should we go back to?
Yeah, I think we gotta go let Denornan know.
Yeah.
And I think it took him a while to come out, so I'm wondering if just having a guard overnight would be enough to just like the presence.
If only there were these things where you could like stick on the walls that you'd be able to see the movements of things from a remote location. That'd be so convenient.
Like a magic eye.
I know, like a magic eye. Maybe it's got fire surrounding it too, and you can see it through like this spherical ball.
I see you.
Exactly.
But
Just
no,
like
I think
that.
we definitely need to go let Denornan know.
We call it a palantir.
Palantir. Yes, I agree, Zyl. Let's do it, and then we rush off.
All right, so you rush off, make your way into the
Is
yes.
there anything left to?
Oh yes.
Oh, you guys get experience too.
Oh.
Yeah. So each of you go ahead and add to your AP, I guess.
So little AP.
180.
Oh.
Nice. I'll take that kind. That's the easiest 180 ever.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Pretty quick combat.
I think I took the +1 stat. That's what I took.
It's cool. So you guys are going to make loot rolls, I'm assuming. So,
I mean, what can we loot? They're just fire. They're
yeah,
magma, right?
fire rocks. You want to loot the rocks?
I'll root the rocks. That's fine. All right.
All right.
Give us refinium.
That's true. Drew, make focus skill checks for me.
All right. 10.
Okay. I guess technically these are stealth skill checks.
That's worse. That's a 9.
Wait.
Because
that-
technically it's like a pickpocket, and that's like the stealth is what you use for like a pickpocket. So
Gotcha. Makes sense.
I know it doesn't really make sense in this case, but like when you're like searching through people's like
That makes sense.
bodies.
So we're going with stealth.
Yeah, we're going
Would
stealth.
my armor hinder that then?
No, because that's only to like for being detected.
Great. 15.
15, and what was yours, Yuki?
9.
Okay, Yuki, you find 1 chunk of iron ore, and Zyl, you find 3 chunks of iron ore.
I have so much crap. 'Cause those are
Did you
2
not
pound
want to?
pieces,
Did you not
aren't
want to loot it? Maybe you could sell it for some sweet dough. Maybe you could sell for some sweet dough.
they?
Zyl.
I had 3 chunks.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could trade up for that refinium someday.
I am overweight. I'm fat.
It's okay. Right now, you're just moving real slow. So, yeah. You're going to have to get rid of some stuff, but it's also in the night. So, whatever you want to do with that.
Okay, so we're just going to Denornan now?
All right. You make your way back to the Obsidian Forge, and everyone is finishing up for the night, except for Denornan. He is there currently slaving over what looks to be the last work for the day.
Cool. Denornan, I think we found your problem.
Eh? What is that you say?
We know what's happening to the ore.
Well, good. Took you long enough.
And
Missed.
Yuki's tending to her wound that she has from being exploded.
Yes.
She's like,
So, out of the open magma pockets, came fire creatures, and yes, they were.
they were
more or
magma
less
creatures. Yes.
the ore was physically staying there, but they were like taking everything that made it good.
Yes,
and, like,
they were absorbing its
putting it-
essence.
Yes, that. Putting it on themselves. So we took care of the 3 that showed up. I don't know how many there are total.
Right,
But-
right.
They were very
They're very skittish.
they're very skittish.
They don't. Yeah, they don't like people
had
being
to sit
around.
still for over an hour for them to show up at all. So I'm thinking it could be as I mean we handled them quite nicely. I don't know how used to fighting living fire your guards are, but they might have the skill if there's enough of them to take them down. But I'm wondering if just presence of guard 24 hours a day, like presence of people of any kind. So when the miners are there, it's fine. They don't show up when the mining activities. So daily operations don't need to change. But we might need a night guard.
Is that so?
Yes,
That, or you can get a sphere with an eye on the other end, so you can see what's going on.
That sounds a little bit more difficult. I'm sure I can spare a few of the. Well, I'm sure at least Nalgoric, King Kragheim, would be able to help in that regard. And with that, I'm not much one for apologizing or any kind of those kind of things, but I guess thanks. I'm sure things will get better, and honestly, it allows us to keep our craft, so thanks. Oh, and by the way, you said you were, and he points to you, Zyl, a blacksmith, correct?
Yes.
Well, how would you like an apprenticeship, at least for the time that you are here?
Yes.
Oh, Zyl,
Yes, I would.
this is your fantasy. This is what you dream of.
It's fantasy forged.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this for Zyl. This is his
True.
peak moment right here.
And so this will actually be
Fantasy forged.
this will be the last thing. Fantasy Forge. That we do actually for the night is Zyl. You are now currently doing the undertaking of take an apprenticeship with the Drachensmiths. And Denornan, he is going to be your guy to do so. And so what this requires is those with the artisan's blacksmith lifestyle may take this undertaking after completing the Trouble in the Iron Mines undertaken. The Draken will not take any that they deem unworthy, and thus an offer will not be extended to anyone without this lifestyle choice. A player who takes this undertaking must go through rigorous training and must complete a series of checks to become an official apprentice. So, you're going to have 3 checks that you're going to need to make. Your first check is going to be a resistance skill check. These checks, because they're involved in everything that's going on, can be made with Emboldened. And if you have blacksmithing tools to use, basically it will give you hope in order to use on each roll. So charges of blacksmithing tools.
8 charges. Okay. So resistance skill check.
Resistance skill check.
So like the one with defense.
Yep, and this one is being used to endure the harsh conditions and laborious efforts of the Obsidian Forge. And this has taken place over a number of days.
Okay.
Okay.
With emboldened.
With Emboldened.
14.
And potential
14.
hope, if you want.
Well, and hope too. So,
Yeah.
all right. For the second check, I'm going to have you make an elemental skill check.
I'm very bad at
And this is to learn the methods of wielding Draken fire while smithing.
Oh.
It's pretty badass. Zyl, you have hope. You have hope,
I know.
buddy.
I've got 8 charges of blacksmithing, and I can afford more. So that was good. That was good use. 14 again.
14. And this third check that you're going to make, your third and final check, is going to be a physical skill check to master the techniques and strength required to forge Draken steel.
It's gonna be a nat 1. Watch.
No.
Just to use it. You might as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna use
You
it.
take the best of the two, right?
It's not great, but it's not terrible. It was a 6. And that's an 8. Improve of 2, so 8, 10, 15.
15.
Yo, let's go.
Pretty darn good. So at this point, I'm going to read the possible results of everything. Ready?
Oh,
Ready?
yes.
This doesn't necessarily mean that these first things are happening, but so any failure of 2 checks means the player has failed their apprenticeship and gains no benefits from the laborious tasks and have to pay a grand total of 10 EP for the waste of materials and time of the Drakensmiths. Additionally, the party reputation decreases by -1. That was not the case.
Good. That's
Yes.
nice.
We're off to a good
Oh,
start.
and the player cannot attempt this undertaking for a year.
Okay.
Here's this. On a success of at least 2 checks, the player gets the basic idea of Drakensmithing, and from this point on, all newly crafted weapons by the player are considered Drakencraft. The player still must pay the equivalent of 5 EP for the materials used.
Okay, alright. Hey, you're Mr. Moneyback, so it's no problem.
And then third, on 3 past checks, not only does the player pass their apprenticeship, but they are admired amongst their teachers. In addition to the benefits that the player gains from succeeding at 2 checks, when the player attempts to upgrade a metal-based weapon during a holiday phase, on a success of 4 or more, the player may add 1 random enchantment to their newly upgraded weapon.
Oh, what?
This undertaking may be taken as many times as the player is able, but if the player fails more than 3 times, they cannot take this undertaking any more times after that. So, like, if you failed twice, basically, and you failed it 3 times, after 3 years, you'll no longer be able to do it. However, you, Zyl, succeeded in all 3.
Yo, let's freaking go,
So you
Zyl.
now have the ability to craft a Draken-made weapons, which essentially what that does is it gives your weapon a +1 to your basic damage. It's not hit, but damage. So special rare weapons, instead of a +3, they're going to be a +4 for attack, +3 still to hit. And whenever you craft a new weapon, so it's not upgrading, but whenever you craft a new weapon, you can add, and you succeed on the blacksmithing check by 4 or more, a random element or a random enchantment gets placed on the weapon. So this doesn't affect armor; it's just weapons.
Okay.
That's cool. That's awesome. Now you're gonna have to start from scratch. Start making your own stuff.
What's the material cost of upgrading versus making from scratch?
So the material cost of upgrading,
Also, do I still have to pay the 5 EP?
you do not, because you had the third one. You do not need to pay the 5 EP.
Great.
I believe the material cost of crafting a weapon is it's roughly equivalent. Because when it's roughly equivalent. So if you started, for example, at like your uncommon Draken Axe, then you could get up and you basically just skip the common step. But I'll get back to you on later information about that because I don't have it pulled up immediately. So
I've got like this table still, but
Okay.
I don't know if it's out of date or not.
okay, I'll get back to you and let you know
That's fair.
what that is, and I'll send you what you need to know.
Perfect.
So that's really cool. That's really strong. And you kind of barely passed those checks. So the first check,
Oh, really?
the first check was a DC 11 resistance, so you passed that
Okay.
one. The second check was a DC 12 elemental, and the third check was a DC 13 physical.
That's
I
Good, nice.
just beat that one.
Mm-hmm. So, good use of blacksmithing
Very
tools.
exciting.
Very exciting. And so that's an undertaking. So now that's stuff that you can do while all that is. And the party, both of, I guess the party in general, have also unlocked the commission a smith of the Obsidian Forge. So essentially what that is this undertaking becomes available to all players who completed the Trouble in the Iron Mines undertaking. For those who, with the coin to do so, a player may approach a Draken Smith from the Obsidian Forge to craft or improve a metal weapon of choice. The price of each commission are as follows. So a new light weapon is 30 EC. A new medium weapon is 120 EC. A new heavy weapon is 480 EC. Upgraded common weapons are 50 EC. Upgraded uncommon weapons are 150 EC. Upgraded rare weapons are 450 EC. So upgrade a rare to like an SR. In order for a weapon to be upgraded, it must be of Draken make. When upgrading a weapon, the Fate Weaver rolls 1d4. On the roll of a 4, the weapon gains 1 random enchantment. At the conclusion of the holiday phase, the Draken Smiths will grant you the new weapon.
That's cool. That's
How much
nice.
is it to upgrade to a rare?
From an uncommon to a rare, it's 150 EC. And then if I can upgrade that and I roll a d4, on a roll of a 4, it gets a random enchantment.
It's pretty good.
Because I've got that Draken-made steel axe.
True.
To get that upgraded.
True. And it's old too, so I'm sure it's kind of cool as well. Nice. I love it. Sounds
Can
nice,
we
Zyl.
upgrade
Good for you.
stuff For holiday phase.
No, so you can only do the 1 upgrade or 1 craft for the holiday phase. So.
Because I can use Refinium axes. I have the proficiency. I just need to get one.
Mm-hmm.
You have the money to do so too now.
I have 1 Refinium bar. I need more.
Well, you can just pay for it, whatever that is, and then you're good.
But it's more satisfying to make your own.
True. I mean,
True.
It's not wrong.
That can be that bridge can be crossed later.
So.
Sounds good.
Good job, guys. We're going to actually go ahead and end our session there. So, really cool, kind of fun way to end it. And I'm glad, Max, that you were here for it because I knew you weren't going to be here for the next session. So, yeah, next session. And so I was like, okay, you unlocked this thing. So if you wanted to do this thing, this is the opportunity. So
I'm glad I could support you, Max.
yeah. So
I'm
really,
glad you
really
rolled
nice.
The rolls that mattered.
Yes. I was rolling garbage all day.
Yeah. Hey, it's okay.
And then when it counted.
It really did count. Like now you're pretty beast as far as that goes. And so you've trained under the best weaponsmiths, at least Drakensmiths in the world. So the other weaponsmiths are elves, and elven weapons basically what they do is they increase your hit. And so it gives you an additional like accuracy essentially to it, as opposed to the additional strength, which the
Could you have a
Draken made those.
hybrid elven Draken weapon?
Nope. no hybrid. They have to be like pure one or the other. So
Oh man, even if you train under both.
even if you train
What
under
if it's-
both,
What if it's an elf who forges in the Draken way?
well, like for example, let's just say you're a Draken character. That doesn't necessarily mean you can create Draken weapons.
It's a method of crafting. It's
Yeah.
not a,
So
that's why I can learn it.
Yep.
What if? Never mind. That was a dumb question.
So yes, thank you everybody for joining us for tonight. I know this session definitely went a little bit late, but it was good. It was fun. A lot of role playing, a lot of figuring things out, getting through some interesting moments. And hopefully by the time we come back next week with session 19, we will be well into any kind of adventure that goes forward from here. So exciting. Sweet. Anything else to add, anyone? Good job. Well done. It was fun.
It was awesome. Max,
yeah.
anything?
I mean, I won't be here next week. Hopefully, it's the last one I miss for the foreseeable future, but some of my friends are being ordained deacons, which is kind of a
Congrats to
huge
them.
step in their life. So
It's
I'm not
crazy
gonna
that it's
mention-
already that time of the year.
Yeah.
The busy time
I'm
of the
not gonna
year for
mention
those who
that.
work in the church.
And then, so we'll be back. I'll be back more regularly. I know it's been spotty the past couple months, but I'll be more regular going forward. And then, just a reminder, Coalforge Great Axe is moving to Thursdays for Lent. If you don't know when Lent falls, it's end of
The
February.
22nd, right? 22nd it
February
starts.
22nd is the start. So we'll move to every other Thursday for basically all of March.
Cool.
So just the last one in February and then the 2 in March that we're going to have.
Sweet.
That's all I got.
All right, Dane, do you have anything to add?
I have a couple things. We'll keep it quick since we did do a little bit of an announcement at the beginning of stream. By the way, first and foremost, Kyle, everyone give Kyle a nice round of applause for making all of our wonderful new overlays that we have. You can see them right below his face right now, and look at those, just beautiful. They look
They're
so
so
good.
pretty.
I was staring at them the entire stream. I was just like, oh my
They're
gosh,
so
they're so
pretty.
gorgeous looking. But yeah, so he made those. Also, he's done a lot. So like, for example, my Fire Emblem screen that I use, he made that one. All of his screens that he uses, he makes those ones. So it's great to have someone who can actually utilize that.
You guys don't even see the beautiful character sheets that he made us on.
I know, they look so good. Kyle works really hard.
Well, it was
and
actually funny.
you know
So
what?
funny story behind that. I remember when we made the transition from D&D to Everlast. I was back in Colorado and everything was happening. And I remember, Max, you and Connor approached me and you were like, hey, so you should just like make like an Excel spreadsheet or something. And I remember at the time I was like, I don't know how to do that. I'm not going to do it. And then I figured out Google Sheets and I was like, hey, it's an online way to do this. So I'm just going to do that. And especially moving here to Japan, it just makes it so much easier for me to manage and everyone else.
Which are also very well done. Like, it's a solid character sheet if you like paper and pen. They're great. But it's, especially when we're covering characters, to just pull up Luxalia's sheet.
Yeah, it's really
So
nice.
Yeah, especially because something like D&D Beyond doesn't exist for Everlast, and I'm not a programmer to program something like that. So Google Sheets, yeah, everything's color coded. I spent way too much time on this game, so yeah, it's gonna be good. And hopefully, when the game officially gets released, people will get a lot of that content too to be able to just kind of use for free and whatnot. So.
Yeah, so Kyle, thank you so much for all of that. Also, join him next week as well, Mondays and Wednesdays, 7 a.m. to about 10 a.m. Japan Standard Time for some Bravely Default 2, as well as some Pokemon Scarlet. Join us on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday next week for some Fire Emblem Engage, as well as some just community games in general, and that's 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Japan Standard Time. And then Wednesdays at 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. we have our brand new Adventures in the Middle Earth D&D 5e supplement campaign as well. And we will be going over, who's the Australian's character?
Yes, so the Tubby Australian, he often is in the chat and he's a good follower. He is one of our characters, and so he is Theodric Grimborn. And he is a writer of Rohan, so we got to figure out like what's going on with him and his backstory. So
yeah, so I'm excited to sit down and watch that. As far as just any other generic news, again, we do have Everlast again next Saturday. It is going to be session 19, so come join us for
on
that.
the 18th.
On the 18th, yes, session 19 on the 18th. So come join us for that. It should be a great time, and that'll be our last one for the month. If you haven't used your inspirations, if you are part of the Patreon, please do that. And also, we have a wonderful sponsor, Snacky, and they're absolutely amazing. Basically, Japanese treats and luxury sweets. I probably mixed that up, but you know, it's the same. Yeah. Snacku with the CK. There we go. Perfect. Yep. Go ahead on over to their Etsy. They're amazing. They have a bunch of really cool boxes out right now, including their Sakura season box, which is out. And then they also have some really cool like omakase boxes, which are a bunch of just like basically that means like your choice. It's kind of just like your ultimate mystery box. So Snacky will choose the snacks for you, put them in there, and then ship them out. There's a bunch of different levels, and then you got your character themed in like kawaii boxes, and the kawaii boxes are really cool because they're like character themed in goods, which are nice. And then you have Nintendo Sanrio, which is like Hello Kitty and stuff for those who don't know. Pokemon as well as Disney themed boxes as well. And so those are all available. So go check them out. They're amazing. I just reviewed their product and we made an ad for them, which is great. So yeah, they're one of our sponsors and our new sponsor that we have, our newest sponsor, our only sponsor. So go check them out. It's a nice, really cool family business who lives in Tokyo, and it's just a great opportunity to be able to support small family business. Just don't forget, if you do buy, upon checkout, type in Fantasy Forged or Forged in the memo section right before checkout, so they know we sent you. So besides that, Kyle, anything as far as Everlast goes?
As far as Everlast goes, I don't think so. I have a couple of updates though for kind of my stream stuff going forward. I should be really regular actually as far as all of my normal streams go. All the way up until at the end of March, I'm actually taking a trip to Kyoto. And so, yeah, it'll be good. We're not basically the week of the. So starting on the 27th of March, I will not be doing my normal Monday stream, and then on the 29th, we will not be doing Adventures in Middle Earth, and we will not be doing my normal stream. But then we should be on regular schedule again after that. So, oh, and I guess this is really far in the future, but on the 8th, we are not doing a Everlast stream of April. Because the next day is Easter, and we all celebrate. It's time to be with family and all that kind of stuff. But we will push it, obviously, next to the 15th of April, and then the 22nd in April. We'll have our 2 sessions.
29th.
Oh, yeah, sorry. What was it, the 22nd and 29th?
No, the 15th and the 29th.
Sorry, 15th and 29th.
I'm being difficult again. That's my fault.
It's okay. The 15th and 29th.
For those who haven't heard, I got engaged, and I have you have to
congrats.
go through a retreat before you get married in the church. So that weekend is the retreat I'm going on.
Yeah, it's busy.
I was being generous to shift it 1 week so I can still show up for all of April.
And it works out too. And we're kind of shifting everything a little bit that month because the normal second Sunday, because the first is a Saturday and the second Saturday is the 8th, and that's the day before Easter, and it's a little bit busy for everyone. So we're April's kind of all over the place. It's omakase, I guess, random.
Very random. Also, just two quick things before we do end. We will be uploading to YouTube, and it's great. But if you want to see the ongoings behind the creation of the game of Everlast, again, it's still in its creation phase. We do have the Everlast Instagram, and that is linked in the About section below. Also, for those watching on YouTube, it is in the description below. So feel free to go on over there and follow the Instagram account so you can see all of the new updates and stuff that do happen to the game, as well as the amazing art, the music, that kind of stuff. And then last but definitely not least was something. Patreon. Kyle, quickly give a small little blurb about the Patreon.
Absolutely. So we saw the Patreon perks being used today. So if you subscribe at the $5 level, that basic level, you get one hope to be able to use. And actually, now that we're running Adventures in Middle Earth, that expands into Adventures in Middle Earth. So what that means is you can use your hope on Everlast, or you can use it as inspiration in D&D Adventures in Middle Earth. So that's something that's really cool. And essentially what that is it's like advantage, hope, you roll. And in Adventures in Middle Earth, it actually adds an extended thing because you have certain basically traits and features that can be used only with inspiration. So if a character has inspiration, they can use a special trait. So really cool to have. And then at the $10 level, you get access to 2 of those per month. So you can use them on any of those streams. So I believe that'll be like a running total of about 6 streams potentially that you can use them on. And then you also get the map packs. And so those map packs are going to be anywhere from Everlast map packs. So again, we're still running right now the they'll be monthly. They'll change monthly once we get people at that level. And right now we're running basically the jungle-themed Everlast map pack. So stuff you'll see on stream and extra content to play your own Adventures in Everlast. And additionally, on top of that, we might be doing some Adventures in Middle Earth map packs as well. So the Adventures in Middle Earth has a lot of really cool stuff. Some things have maps for them, but the vast majority of them don't. So I will be making lots of maps and stuff for Adventures in Middle Earth. And so you can get your hands on that if you want to play that in the future. And then at the $20 level, not only do you gain access to uses of hope/inspiration per month to be able to use, but additionally you get the map packs and you get access to the early streams of the Adventures of Eclass Eeas, which was our 2 years before when it was a D&D campaign. You get the audio basically files of that, and you can listen for many more hours of content, so it's fun.
It's 2 hours of content too, so it's, or 2 hours, 2 years of content as well, so it's tons and tons and tons of content. So
and most of those sessions were like 5 hours, like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah,
It was
super
crazy.
long.
They used to be really long sessions, so they're still kind of long now. I mean, it's almost 5 a.m. here. We were up all night, so
Guys, go to bed.
yeah, it's nice, but it's good.
It
It's
hit
a
me like a ton of bricks, maybe around 3:30.
but we're
Sorry,
making
guys.
our way through it. It's gonna be good.
getting lower in the screen,
Am I just like little by little?
and it's totally fair and understandable.
But we're here for you guys. Honestly,
Yeah.
we stream because we love to bring this content to you, and hopefully you enjoy it and you're able to get a 10 out of 10 out of your day because of it. So, plus really cool stuff happened today, so that's really exciting as well.
Yep. See you guys Monday. Enjoy Kyle's stream. He'll be doing more Bravely Default 2.
Yes, more Bravely Default 2, and I will see you guys in, I guess, like a day. So, until then, may Alomnia guide you.